Hello everybody. So apparently if you accidentally turn on VR mode when you first start the stream, you can't turn it off unless you destroy the stream and start again. So lesson learned. It should all be looking fine now, right? I'm looking at chat and people are saying we're 2D again. So I'll have to clean up the listing and probably just get rid of the old one. Destroy the evidence that I messed it up so badly before. Great start to a stream. Nice. Well, hello everybody. This is the 3,000 subscriber celebration. Like the video, people. Oh, thank you, Jason. So this stream is just going to be me hanging out with y'all for a couple hours as a thank you to this amazing community, because really it's all of you and your support and your engagement that has gotten us this far. We opened this YouTube channel about 7 months ago, and it's just been a wild ride to this point. You kind of expect more from a guy with 3K subs. Scrat in here teasing me endlessly. And so as a celebration of, excuse me, my wife got me nothing too fancy, some Kentucky bourbon that I will be sipping on lightly while we hang out here. And yeah, Tim, it was, you know, I was clicking around and I must have accidentally clicked on the 360 view thing, and it literally won't let you change it midstream. And I'll have to see if there's a way to actually change out of stream without breaking it. But so here is to the community. Thank you all so much, and we're gonna hang out and have some fun here today. Ooh, that's tasty. I'm seeing lots of people in the chat. Odin's Key Gaming, I assume Zarek. Hey Zarek. Jeff Whitty Art, awesome. So many people. Canyons, very cool. Hello everybody. And yes, I will be lightly sipping this because despite being over 6 feet tall, I am a lightweight when it comes to alcohol. I'm actually not much of a drinker at all. I don't really imbibe much. I just like a tasty drink at D&D night usually. Something like a little whiskey or a cider. So I've got the agenda up on the stream. What we're going to do is we're going to start with just hanging out, AMA style. You know, y'all can just chat here, ask me questions, and I'll answer them. We'll do that for a little bit, and then we'll do community reviews. And if there's time, if I'm up to it, at the end of community reviews, after I'm deeper into this bottle of whiskey, I will do some unhinged movie rants, because if y'all think I rant a lot about tabletop stuff, you have not heard me rant about film. I have a lot of spicy opinions on film in general. Drink of choice. So, you know, we're gonna just jump right into the AMA. Let's see if any questions have happened so far. And thank you everybody who is stopping. Wow, so many people here. This is awesome. Okay, so first question I see is from Wrong on Porpoise. Hey Porpoise, drink of choice. Usually what I do is I have a really tasty cider, you know, like a hard cider, like a pear cider is particularly delicious. But as far as liquor goes, I do enjoy whiskey, especially like Kentucky bourbon. But I actually got this really tasty bottle for the DM, the guy who hosts my regular game night, of a Filipino rum. That has a lot of vanilla in it, and it was absolutely yummy. I like tasty things. Okay, so that's my answer to drink of choice. Uh, oh, you are tall. Glad I guessed right. Yeah, I'm 6'1". I'm actually considered short in my father's side of the family. My father is 6'2", and he's the runt of the litter of 5 sons that my grandfather had. So they are absolutely giant. Twice Dead Mage is asking favorite movie. Favorite movie's tough, but I'll list off like a top 3 maybe. Ravenous, The Proposition, and maybe The Thing would be my top 3 movie picks. If I had to just pick 3 off the top of my head. Ravenous is I use GIFs from Ravenous almost more than any other GIF. And it's because I absolutely love that movie. Forrest Gump is not my favorite movie. I did enjoy it though. I think Forrest Gump sometimes insists upon itself though. Dang, I wish I had my game available for the community review. All I have published is resolution mechanics. That's all right, my friend. You know what? I kind of overdid it. And I have a lot of submissions that came in today anyway, so we're going to be in for a long stream. What was the first movie you walked out of the theater on? I have never walked out of a movie theater. I am the kind of person that will see a movie through to the end and just give it a try. But I've seen a lot of pretty terrible movies. To be honest, Peter betrayed and trapped in the RPG reviews, yeah. So I've been really disappointed with many movies, but I've never actually walked out of the movie theater on them. What are some future envisions for Tales from Elsewhere? I actually have a pretty clear plan, action plan. I'm a planner. And so should this all work out fairly well, I've already got a timeline that I'd like to keep in mind. I won't talk specifics about that. But the next setting book will be codenamed Medieval Madness, and it is a early medieval dark fantasy setting, which will add magic and all those kind of subsystems, which will be layered on top of the TFE rules. It is inspired by the accounts of the eruption of Krakatoa back in the, I think, 6th century CE, and how there was this little apocalyptic era at that time. So like the Clockworld setting, it's going to be a world not so different from our own, inspired by the British Isles at that time, about 6th century. So as the Romans are still pulling out of the region, and there's a lot of destabilization going on. Really interesting time. The Angles and the Saxons coming in, like, it's a really interesting time period. So that'll be the next one. After that, probably a sci-fi setting. After that, I have a modern setting, and then I have micro settings in between, possibly like a pirate setting, and a Mad Max inspired one. So I've got just tons of plans. Question: have you ever? Oh, you know, it'd be helpful. I see that Jeff Whitty did this. If you start yours with question, it'll help me find them. Have you ever visited Tombstone and Boot Hill in Arizona? I never have. Big bucket list item for me though. I really want to go. I don't have any excuse. It's not that long of a drive. Favorite type of rodent? Capybara, just for the sheer size of the lad, I must say. I have tons of squirrels around here because possums are not rodents, right? They're marsupials, if I remember correctly, and I love possums. Question: do you know Taran Pounds, aka Destructiboy? Like, heard of him at least? Yes, I've actually spoken to him a couple times. I'm in some creator discords, and I've just crossed paths with him. I don't know him personally. I've just kind of DM'd with him a bit, like chatted a little bit. Very talented designer and interesting guy. Okay, let's see. Top 5 most anticipated TTRPGs you've yet to try. Ooh, that's tough. Okay, this is going to sound sappy a little bit, but it's actually the RPGs of this community that I'm most anticipating. I know that sounds like I'm pandering to you guys, but I'm not. I really mean that. Oh, and you know, I just got a message that I should make myself big. We can do that. Check this out. Is that gonna work? There we go. Right, I'm just talking right now, but now I can't see, and you know what I'll do is I'll add in chat to this. Let's do this here, because I've got stream chat. That way... Ooh. Oh, hello. Good call, Daniel, in the DMs. As a better way to engage with you guys right now. I think that is a good idea. Okay. All right, so where was I? Okay, so RPGs that I'm excited for. I'm really excited for Indominant, which I'm like waiting to kickstart this or backer kit, crowdfund this thing, as it's coming imminently. So really excited for that. I know Ethereal is also just starting its public-facing quick start, so I'm really excited for that. Those are like the ones that are major projects that I've been following. But a lot of, I'll say, mainstream products aren't all that exciting to me these days, and it's not like being pretentious. It's because my main RPG group that I meet with every week, they oh, did that kill the music when I did that? I think it did. Here, I can turn that back on. My main weekly group, where is this audio capture, audio output? There we go. Now I got the music back on. Sorry about that. So it's because the main group that I play with every week, we just play D&D most of the time. It was whatever the DM, the rotating DM spot wants to play. So I've got my high fantasy game hit, and so much out there is high fantasy. And really, I don't have the time to prepare and run a lot of other RPGs. And so if I'm going to run something or spend some time reading something, I just want it to be different. I just want it to be, something I have more of a connection to. And so it's way more fun to read through your guys' games than it is to read just a major published game, if that makes sense. Just because, now I have a connection to the person making it, and that makes it much more enjoyable. Okay, let's see if I can catch back up here on... do you sing? If no, do you sing after liquor? I do. I have a horrible singing voice. I have no sense of tune, no sense of rhythm. I missed... My brother is a great singer. He did choir for many years, great singing voice. My sister can dance really well, and I have no skills in regards to the arts like that. Can't draw, can't sing, can't dance. No matter how much liquor gets in me. But I don't really drink all that heavily. Opinion on animation. I would love to hear, love you talking about stop motion movies. I love what I'm going to call traditional animation disciplines. So this would be hand-drawn animation rather than computer-generated animation. I love stop-motion animation. Anything where there's very much the artist's touch on the product. The human element to it, I absolutely love. CGI is very cool and very powerful, but in this day and age, I'm just such an analog fan of these kind of analog processes. But stop-motion is absolutely incredible. One of my favorites in that regard in the not too distant past was Kubo and Two Strings. Kubo and the Two Strings. Forget the exact title, but absolutely beautiful. Favorite museum exhibit. Favorite museum exhibit would be the Mesopotamian section of the Louvre. I've been there a few times, and I found it absolutely incredible. When I was there, I believe that's where I saw Hammurabi's Code, which meant a lot to me to see as somebody who studied ethics. And my wife and I just have a really powerful... We felt very emotional, at seeing the Lamassu there. These artifacts that are so thousands and thousands of years old. As big history nerds, we absolutely love that. I like going to art museums and museums in general with my wife, because my wife is very smart, really educated in art history and history, and so she acts as a tour guide for me, and it's so cool, because she knows everything, and I just get to sit there or walk with her and absorb all this cool knowledge. What are some of your opinions on explicitly narrative mechanics in TTRPGs? I'm talking about mechanics like the ones in Fiasco, or if you powered by the podcast game. Oh boy, that's probably almost too long a video, or too long a subject for me to answer in an AMA. Okay, here's the brief answer to it though. Oh, and hey Sock. Okay, here's my brief answer about that. And this kind of applies to a lot of different types of rules. I like firm foundations with scaffolding built on them. What that means is that I don't like completely open-ended games, personal preference. I like when there's something that I can glom onto and climb to build out further narrative. So whether that's social, regardless of the subsystem, like the pillar, like social or combat or whatever. I like when there's room for improvisation, but there's a firm baseline that we can all build off of together at the table. That is my preference. I can be somewhat of a traditionalist when it comes to certain RPG designs, but that's how I'm going to answer that. As a personal preference, I like a bit of structure. That's my, like, scaffolding, right, that I can build off of. I'm going to use that term a lot. It's one of my favorite concepts. So thanks, good question. eSimplex question, I love your wound system. Thank you. How would you adapt it to a system that already uses a more classic damage system on the weapon side like D&D? You know, I've actually thought a lot about a fun thought experiment, which would be trying to convert 5th edition into my wound system for TFE, but I think that would be incredibly difficult. The reason being, there's a large amount of variability to how D&D does damage. The minimum damage you can do for any given feature or ability, and the maximum is a huge swath. But in TFE, you just have strain, serious injury, critical injury, lethal injury. You don't have, and on the results, you can only have strain, serious, and critical, right? That's the only die results you have. So there's significantly less variability. I think you could build a heroic fantasy game using this, but it would have to leverage a lot of avoiding those injuries as the main way to interact with them. You'd like have to have more strain than anything. It'd have to be more like a buffer. In the end, it'd end up probably feeling more like, Modifius 2d20, like Akhtun Cthulhu, where you have like a big buffer and then you start taking injuries. But it's tough. Well, I'll let you know when I work on the Medieval Madness, codename Medieval Madness setting, how translating this into more of a D&D-like game would work. But to be honest, I don't think that my wound system is good for a game like D&D, right? I like wound systems, I just think they're fun, but it wouldn't serve D&D's design principles well, right? There's not just one answer for every game. I tried to keep my submission short. I do appreciate that. And I'm going to try to keep an eye on the time to make sure that the AMA portion doesn't go too far or too long, because I've gotten something like 12 to 15 submissions to go through, so it's a lot. Medieval Madness, like pinball machine. I don't know that. I don't know much about pinball, not going to lie. Pinball was not big when I was a kid. I never got into it. Oh, early medieval and the year without summertime, right? That's correct. That whole time period is such a treasure trove for dark fantasy horror. It's gonna be super cool. What is your favorite TFE edge? Oh, that's tough. It's actually I'm gonna go with Vendetta right now. Having run Gator a bunch and using Vendetta, I've really liked the role-playing aspect of it, almost more so than the mechanical benefit. The mechanical benefit is great. So in our internal playtest where I'm playing Gator, me and one of the other playtesters, we became engaged randomly. We were just having fun being silly and role-playing. And so when a gleaner like shot a crossbow bolt into Tumbleweed, you know, my fiancé, and I get a vendetta against that person who did that, it feels, I just like it. Like I role-play it hard. Like I, see red and go right after them. So I'm liking the way Vendetta creates an incentivized structure. You're incentivized to go after who you have a vendetta against, and it's just neat. Like, I like the interactivity of that. It's been a lot of fun. But that'd be tough. That's probably my favorite edge in recent memory. But one of my favorite edge names is called Hay Baler. Lets you throw things really, like hurl people really far. Okay, and that was from Todd Kane. Any TFE setting plan for Victorian or the Belle Epoch? Not currently. So I do love the Victorian era, and though technically, right, Clockworld is the Victorian era, but since it's Weird West, it's like maybe it doesn't count. I do not have any firm plans for that, and one of the reasons is I think a lot of Call of Cthulhu, a lot of Cthulhuian content already covers a lot of that really effectively, and I don't have anything to add to that story at this time. Maybe later. Great question, though. Possums are pretty dope. Yeah, they are. I love seeing a possum come around my backyard because I know they're eating ticks and they're cleaning up garbage and they don't carry rabies. Yo, Mr. Peter Von Hellswear tips hat. Hello. I really do need to have a hat in here. I know one of them is crime drama. Yeah! I believe you added that to the rotation of today, which I'm big Peter mode. Yeah, we're in big mode right now because I'm not sharing my screen yet. I think I'm way behind on chat, right? This thing is like flying ahead. Um, let's see here. Shout out. Music is a bit loud. Is it a bit loud for y'all still? I can turn that down. It's just playing on my desktop currently here. I'll turn it down a scotch. Okay. Question: Are you forced? You are forced to do karaoke. What song do you pick? For a Long While by Coulter Wall. I bet I can nail that. He's deep enough. One is a singer, dancer, and GM. What is your greatest strength as a GM, game designer, and as a person? Oh man, Alex, you're giving me a tough question. My greatest strength as a game master is, I want to say my combat design's pretty darn good. My ability to run a tension-based scene, a scene that is intense. With, I don't know if Daniel or Tim are in the chat still, but they may be able to chime in if that's maybe what my strength is. I'm a decent world builder. I'm not a storyteller. I would say Daniel's more of a storyteller, like a traditional storyteller as far as like my game group goes. But I'm no slouch in that department, I would say. A game designer, I think my analytical skills are very top-notch. My ability to analyze and parse information. And as a person, I think one of my greatest strengths is my patience. I am an extremely patient person, and I give people a lot of grace in my daily life. RPG designer is a form of art. That's totally fair. That is a fair thing to say. You are a phenomenal storyteller. I really appreciate the praise. Maybe I'm being too humble. Question: Any possibility of rendition of My Way appearing on stream? I'm not. Is that any possibility of is that a song? I'm blanking on that right now. We'll have to come back around to that. You are my favorite RPG. Oh, that's really that really means a lot to hear because it's a really competitive space, and I know I'm fairly new to it, so really appreciate that. What kind of music are you generally listening to? I almost exclusively listen to music that puts me in the headspace for whatever I'm designing. So much to the chagrin of my wife, I've gotten into a lot of outlaw country music, and I've been listening to that a lot over the last couple years. So that is something I listen to frequently, but I love all sorts of music. Different music puts me in different headspaces. So when I start working, say, on Medieval Madness, I'm going to be listening to all sorts of medieval music. Oh, and I'm seeing these, can you turn the music down? Sorry, chat was so far, I'm so far behind on chat. Oh gosh, tips for coming up with cool, fun, critical hit mechanics for a 3d6 dice pool system. Okay, so a tip. Okay, this is a general critical hit tip. Critical hits should be fun moments that do not happen frequently. If you're doing a 3d6 dice pool and you only get a critical hit when all three are a 6, it's not statistically very likely. I am personally not a big fan of a critical hit simply being a small amount of increased damage. Nothing wrong with that as a design. Lots of games do it. Do it that way. That is not a bad way to do it. Personal preferences, I like when some sort of critical result means something a little bit more than that, has some sort of extra oomph to it. X damage is one round down. I'm not sure about that, Alex, on the D&D subject. Do you have any opinions on card-based resolution mechanics? Yeah, actually, and I know I talked a little bit about this on my video that I just released this morning. So card-based resolution does a number of really cool things, like add extra tension. When you have a deck of cards and, you draw and then you can show the table, oh, these are my old business cards when I ran a software consultancy. I can't believe I still have these. So, oh, this big moment happened, or when you shuffle them, right? And then you get to draw and reveal. So I think cards are high drama, which is good. They do just require extra fiddly bits at the table. And I'm often apprehensive when a game makes me buy extra stuff that I won't have at my table at home. It's why I had a problem with Genesis system. I mean, I bought a couple of the dice and I was out like $30, right? Just to get the dice for their game. So that's a little irksome there, but they are very cool, like tarot cards, playing cards. Deadlands uses playing cards in a super cool way in their resolution mechanic, and that's at least something that you'd have at home. What do you think about TTRPGs without, this is from Mayor Fearit, without a specific setting in mind like GURPS? I think generalist RPGs are totally fine. I often don't play generalist RPGs all that much unless they have a setting book that helps me spring off from there. Mainly because I like a focused idea when I'm running a game. Like Cypher System is a generalist RPG, but I played it using their Claim the Sky superhero setting book to help prop that up when I ran a superhero game. What kinds of non-tabletop RPG... What kinds of non-RPG tabletop games do you enjoy? Oh, that's a great question. I mean, Magic the Gathering, I've had an on and off relationship with for many years. I do enjoy that kind of card game. I love board games. My garage has a ton of board games. A lot of them belong to Daniel, the other dev on this project. Betrayal at the House on the Hill. Betrayal on the House at the Hill House is one of my favorites just from the novel game design standpoint. I think it's wonderful. It's another tabletop game I might be into. That's a big one for me. I used to be really into Catan back in college when it was new, and I really enjoyed that as well. I love board games. Board games are great. Wingspan was a delight to play, if I must say so myself. And so was a game I played recently, a race car game called Heat. Question, top 3 philosophers. Good question, Wizard Lizard. Hey, Wizard Lizard. Socrates / Plato, which I'm going to lump as one person because they're kind of one person, and I know that's a contentious issue in philosophy where they actually two different people because Socrates didn't really write anything. It's all Plato writing about Socrates. So Socrates / Plato is one, Nietzsche would be another, and as far as living philosophers, I find Sam Harris to be very interesting. Even if I don't always agree with Sam Harris, I like Sam Harris's process and his way of presenting ideas. Yeah, y'all don't have to, I mean, if you want to, everybody hit like and subscribe. That sure would be nice. I see Jeff Whitty talking about that. Question, any edges you had outright cut do you really wish could have kept? I've cut a lot of edges, but mainly because they were uninteresting and not because like, I wish I could have kept them. And that's because with 130 edges in this book, I wanted to try to make sure that each edge was up to snuff, and I found myself over the years culling a lot as I went. So the challenge is getting up to that number, not coming down to that number. So I don't think there's any that I miss, to be honest. Yes, I will be reviewing games. I'm going to cut off AMA after a little bit here because I don't want it to take too long. Yeah, music is loud. So hopefully the music is a better spot now than it was before. What games are you going over? Have a list. I have a list. People in the TFE Discord gave me a list, and there are a ton, and we will be at it for a while. Oh, Dudley from Mystic Arts DM. Thank you, sir, for coming and stopping by. And Naigobi and Mossy Antler. Oh, all the friends. I mean, if any of you do not already know who those 3 lovely people are, go check out their channels. So, I don't really post Dungeons and Dragons related content specific, like that's just not what I'm contributing to, because I think that there are people out there who are providing way better than I would be able to do with D&D, right? And those 3 are producing excellent content. Absolutely. Big fans of them. So it means a lot that they stop by and say hi. I see somebody loves Coulter Wall. Glad to hear it. I'm a big Coulter Wall fan. Got to put on lurk mode. Oh, it's all good. I mean, y'all are busy. I totally get it. Appreciate y'all. What you sipping on though? Oh, for those who are, I am having a Woodford Reserve straight bourbon whiskey. My wife picked this up for me today. It's nothing fancy. I don't have a very refined palate, so I can't. I'm not great at tasting the differences between different liquors. I'm a pleb. What can I say? This is tasty though. Smells nice too. Question, favorite madness and sanity mechanic? I mean, I'm going to kind of be indulgent and say my own. I like opt-in, like in TFE, how you can give away your agency or take away your action economy or roleplay going mad or being terrified to gain reroll bennies, to gain bennies. I like that. I like when it's opt-in. I'm not big on the take away player agency side of things, and I actually don't think there's anything wrong with that approach. as in at the right table, players giving away their agency to the GM for madness mechanics and so forth can be cool. Nothing wrong with that. Just not my preference. That's one I think could be a whole video on its own. Thank you. You're a fantastic storyteller and roll really well with the improv and antics of your players. Thank you very much. Wink at whoever that is. Peter has all the knowledge all the time. Wish you could stick around to lasso. Thank you for stopping by. The way you talk about game design philosophy is really compelling. I appreciate that. Congrats on the milestone. What are some mechanics from other games that you really want to steal? Okay, I have progress clocks. Awesome. Just really good in general. And I'm actually penciling around with an idea based on progress clocks, my own little version of it, that I may include in TFE, just because I think it's so darn good. Getting ahead of myself slightly, Karma Collide. I may be misremembering the name as I'm sipping on this whiskey, but it may be in the list that I'll talk about today, has a really interesting approach to randomization. It's random input. You choose when you succeed and fail, but the dice determine how much that costs you, and I think that's really cool. And that's not a common design structure. I don't know if I would steal it per se, but it's super cool. So that's a tough one to maybe just steal that. Do you listen, watch to any actual play podcast shows? If so, which ones? I don't watch a ton of actual play. Some ones that I've been watching recently, I've been watching simply because I've met the people involved in it. Like I was watching Venture Forth, The Dice Decide, and Story Quest. That's because I've met the people who are part of that production, and I just like to, it's more real to me when I see like, hey, I've met these people and they're playing a game, and that's really fun. So that's what I would say. Question, was there any game mechanics you had to ditch in the process of creating Clockworld that you wish you could have made work? Well, I mean, I don't think Daniel's in the chat right now, maybe, but I've cut a lot of like onerous gameplay mechanics that were, my goodness. My plan at one point is to release a video showing everything I've cut from the game from its original inception to now. It was incredibly complex and not fun, and it didn't work. But something that I wish I could have kept, the way that your skills progressed over time, I did like. It was a classic use-based, using skills improved your skills kind of structure that I did like, but it ended up just not being what I wanted from the system long term. Thanks for the tip. Other avenues. Oh, I'm not sure about 3d6 to criticals. That'd be the kind of thing, I mean, to be honest, John Stars, if you hop in the TFE Discord and talk to the other designers in the Your Games chat, I bet they'd be better at giving you some critical hit advice. I'd have to chew on that for a little while. Have you played Wormspan? I have not. I've only played Wingspan. But, I mean, that sounds awesome. If you were locked in a cage with an angry bear and a single TTRPG writer, who would that writer be? I don't know how big any of these TTRPG writers are. I want a big guy. Somebody to help me fight. But I don't know their size. So I don't know if I can answer that. Also, minor fan of Sam Harris's Waking Up app has been... Oh, yeah. Sam Harris's Waking Up app has been great. All right, looks like I'm catching up on chat here, which means we'll be able to maybe switch over to reviews soon. Have you ever been directly inspired by the music you listen to? All the time. I've created whole parts of, like, world-building parts from simply a song. There's one... What is it? So do any of you remember the not very good King Arthur fantasy movie by, was it Guy Ritchie? Didn't he do it? Yeah. The one that had Charlie Hunnam in it. There's a song from that soundtrack that is absolutely incredible. It's played toward the beginning of the film, and I created almost a whole culture just because of how evocative that song is. Yeah, music is a huge part of my creative process. It puts me in headspaces that I want, whether that's horror, action, adventure, and so forth. Let's see here. Question. Grats on 3K, Peter. Hey, it's Amber. Hey, Jeff. From your Clockworld playtest, what has been your favorite climactic moment? Ooh, from playtest's favorite climactic moment. I've had some moments where players have died gruesomely that have been very entertaining. or narrowly escaped. There was one moment really early on in playtesting, like way a long time ago, when one of my friends played for the first time, and the scenario was a classic. You have a mansion and like a big manor house, and all these zombies are going to attack it, and you have to just survive long enough. You know, a combat playtest. And he has a shotgun, and he's like, I've played D&D. I'm just going to go out and shoot these zombies. And he goes out there and he starts shooting them. He just like walks out toward the horde of zombies and gets absolutely torn to shreds. The other players come and save him, but he's like mangled, missing limbs, and like they have to drag his mutilated body back inside and try to save his life. And so that was one of my favorite moments. Basically, anytime somebody experiences the injury system for the first time and I see the look on their eyes, like, you know, the blood oiler saws off your limb, and they're like, that realization is always incredibly satisfying. And I know you've had I've loved running the games for you, Jeff, Amberditis. Thank you. Yeah, I've been using progress clocks. Yeah, the progress clocks are just great. What do you think of TTRPGs that use ability spell cards instead of writing the long description on a character sheet? And thanks, have a good stream. Thank you. So D&D 4E was nice for that, in that everything you needed to know about an individual ability is contained on a card. That is nice. What I found was challenging, though, is when I got higher level, I had a lot of cards. And currently I'm playing in a 5.5 D&D game where I'm in a level 11 wizard. I have like 30 cards. I have one card for each one of my spells because the host has spell cards. And it's like, it's just a lot. It's a lot. And each one is its own discrete ability, right? It's each one is prescribed, right? It tells you exactly what it needs to do. So you have to reference what's on that card. I think it can be a lot. Sometimes I just get lazy. You know, nothing wrong with it, but I just think that if you're designing a game that uses cards, be cognizant, if you are designing for a physical space, just how much space that takes and attention it can take to have dozens of them. Question, I loved your dice field vid. What would you think of a dice set in which each polyhedral is the same size? I don't like it. I like variety of dice. That is a purely personal preference thing, because, you know, you have games like Easy D6, which uses just D6s. You know, it's very common. I just personally like a variety of dice. That is purely preference, though. Nothing against the dice that do it any other way. Really, in that dice video today was less about here are some truths about how dice work, and more designers should think about the dice experience they're giving the players. Really, that's it. Whatever that ends up being, as long as it's intentional, that's the key. I'm 6'3", but no combat skills. You got me beat, Alex. I don't have any combat skills either. Question, what's your go-to boss fight music? That's a good question. What was the one I've been using for a while? It's one from the Lord of the Rings. I'll have to find it and like post it in the Discord server. I'm blanking on the name. Maybe I could try to find it really fast. I'll pop open Spotify. But I like a good slow build. I used to use Final Fantasy VII battle music for everything because I was a big FF7 fan when I was first getting into D&D, you know, 100 years ago. Let's see if I can find it offhand. I may not be able to. It's buried in my massive playlists that I use for games. I'll have to track it down. But the Lord of the Rings soundtracks are top-notch. I believe it's actually the track that plays when the hobbits are at Weathertop and are being attacked by the ring raids. That one's peak. I love that soundtrack. Oh, heck yeah. Yeah, that's true, Zarek. You'd be a good pick. You'd be a good pick to be in the bear cage with me. The Devil and the Huntsman is that's the one I was thinking of, Anderson Crow. That's the one I was thinking of. That was just so incredibly evocative to me. That's true, Sabrok. You have martial weapon proficiency, and you're a big dude. All right, there you go. Good to know. Oh, Jorban from Elder Goblin Games. Hey, buddy. Glad you can make it by. What's your TTRPG design white whale? Something you've been chasing but could never get to work. For a long time, it was injuries. I will say, great question. Great question. So for a while, it was injuries. I have yet to find a social resolution system that I'm personally happy with, that meets that makes my brain tingle in a good way. It's something I plan on tackling in a future TFE book as a main project. But actually, I would actually say creating a diceless, and not only a diceless, but a randomization-less role-playing game that is still crunchy and combat heavy is something I've been wanting to do for like literally decades, and I've just never found really what I wanted to do there. Though I do admit, late last night, because I couldn't fall asleep, I got out my phone and started making all these notes about a randomization-less superhero game that I might want to make. And I had some really cool ideas. Playing off of the idea of passing agency over the narrative back and forth between the players and the GM in a really intentional way that I will not distract myself with because I got to finish my funny cowboy book first. But that's one. Randomization-less role-playing games that still feel interesting to have fights in is tough. Congratulations on the upswing in visibility. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It's well-deserved with all the effort. Are you effectively a full-time developer at this point in your life? Absolutely not. I make negative dollars doing all of this currently. That's okay. It's my passion. I have a day job. There's my day job desk right behind me. It's where I'm a professional software developer and project manager and business dude. And I'm there all day. And then I come over here to do this as my second job. So I'm kind of working two jobs right now. This one does not profit currently. That's okay. Because it's a huge passion for me. And it's all hopefully going to lead to a successful crowdfunding run later this year. We'll make a book and see if that works out. I'd love to do this full time. I think I'd be quite good at it. I have tons of ideas for adventures and books and all sorts of things. I just lack the time currently because I live in a very expensive part of the world, part of the United States. My cost of living is very high, so I cannot easily change careers into something that wouldn't make me much money. And I like where I live a lot. All my family here and my in-laws are here, and so I don't want to move away from them. Okay. Ooh, yum, 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 yum. Just saying hi, driving around with my toddler. Hello, Anthony. Thank you so much. Okay, so gotta run. Congrats. Thank you, sir. Question: how do you feel about asymmetrical play in TTRPGs? I think that's a valid approach, and it really serves some games well. I know that some people bounce off of Cypher system for its asymmetry. The GM doesn't roll any dice in Cypher; they just set difficulties. And I thought it worked well when I did Claim the Sky, or when I did a superhero game, because I was juggling a lot at that time, right, in running the game, and I did not need to roll anything, and that was kind of nice. The way I kind of see it is if you're making an asymmetrical game, you're not trying to make a system that simulates a world. You're trying to make a game that provides an experience. It's totally legit. My personal preferences are often to simulate a universe. Like it is here is how things work in this world, regardless of whether the character is a player controlled by the player or a monster or what have you. Here's just how things work. More like building a physics engine in a way, right? That's how I like to approach game design, but that doesn't serve every game's purpose, certainly. But I do like to add in a little bit of that breaking reality agency granting to players a little bit. That's awesome. Question in your dice we do today: what is your favorite overall die and why is it the D12? I actually do really like the D12. I like the way it feels. I've got metal dice, and so it's really hefty. I know you're joking and like, why is it the D12? But I actually do really like the D12 as a dice. So I'm a fidgety person. I've not been diagnosed with ADHD, but I am incredibly fidgety when I'm at a table, even if I'm paying attention. So I like to spin my dice. So the D10 is an excellent top that you can spin. I've gotten all the regular polyhedrons spinning at once. I'm like really good at spinning things. Question: what's your favorite PoE class, ascendancy class? If I went from sheer number of times playing them, it would probably be Templar. Templar and Shadow were the big ones I used for a while because I used to run ED Contagion a lot on Shadow. And Templar, I liked the Yamato Cannon build of Divine Ire. My first love was the Witch when I first started playing PoE in beta. So probably something like that. I like to play like melee caster hybrids or casters primarily in that game. PoE 2 is a little different and I have yet to find what my favorite is because it's still in early access. Q, I'll send you a set and you'll change and I'll change your mind. How are we doing on time? I'm gonna give it 10 more minutes and then I'm gonna go into community reviews just because I want to make sure I give time for the community to go through your games. Lord of the Rings soundtrack is top tier. FFF7, his music is vibes too. Absolutely. No, not the Russians from the early playtests ever. I ran a playtest with some friends, including Emberditis in chat, where they role-played a group of Russians completely anachronistic to my world just to mess with me. And it was a really fun session, but utter anachronism, and they will never see the light of day. Peter, where does your passion for game design come from? I like systems. I studied philosophy in school. That's what my degree is in. And I really like system analysis, actually. I like how things fit together, how pieces fit together. The way my mind works, the way I conceptualize things is somewhat like a synesthesia. Everything has a physicality to it, even things written, words, and other things. It's a little hard to describe, but everything fits together in a certain way in my brain when I envision it. It's a tactile sensation rather than visual, and when systems interconnect well, it makes my brain juices feel nice. So that's what it comes down to. Just the way I think is very interlocking and tactile. So that's where a lot of the passion comes from. That's really enjoyable to me. Oh, hey, there's Trent from JFace Games. Hello, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. D12 is the tastiest looking. Question, what got you into game design? What was that first step? What I'm going to say here, I bet a lot of you are going to empathize with. I wanted to just make a better game than I currently had available to me. Like, I'd been playing a lot of D&D and I wanted something different that homebrewing D&D wasn't quite going to work. Like, that wasn't the right path. So, you're playing your favorite games and you think, I want to make something different. That's really what it is. Just playing lots of games and wanting to break out of whatever game I was currently in. And I bet that's shared with a lot of you here, right? You've played lots of games and then you're like, but the one game, this one game idea doesn't exist presently and I want it to, and so I have to make it. Amber says, why you fear potential greatness? Question, you're starting in a Blades in the Dark campaign. What playbook are you picking? I'm going to blank on the names. Is my copy? Oh no, my copy's over at Tim, the editors. One of my favorite archetypes is playing the muscle. I like to be the dumb guy, the big brute, the bruiser, who backs up the smarter characters. I actually find that really satisfying. And I'm blanking, one of the playbooks is the bruiser, but I'm forgetting the name, say Brock, off the top of my head. So that would be what I'd do, be the muscle. Yeah, muscle wizard, Alex says. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I fear the potential. What's your favorite brainstorming tool? You strike me as a string and corkboard kind of guy. I'll have to find the picture of it and post it in the TFE Discord, but I once ran a mystery arc in the superhero game I was running where I literally got a big corkboard and the players had to like piece things together. It's a lot of fun. Listening to music or watching a movie is how I actually brainstorm if I'm having writer's block. I watch something that gives me the right kind of evocations for what I need to work on. Like, for example, I don't know if Zarek is still in here from Odin's Key Gaming, but I'm going to be running a session of Indominate that's going to be recorded and put on the internet just this weekend. And I was like, I need to get my head in the right space. So I turned on an episode of Justice League Unlimited, one of the greatest superhero cartoon series ever. Well, the whole DC AU Bruce Timm era is top tier. And that just put me in the right headspace, just watching that awesome show. But I'm actually not a visual. I don't usually draw or do any of that for brainstorming. I sometimes just take notes or watch something. Question, what do you think of player-facing dodge parry block systems? Player-facing dodge parry block systems, like where the player gets to roll to see if they block or actively defend. I personally do like active defenses over static ones that the players get to engage with. That is my personal preference, and that's what I did in TFE as well. I think that's more fun, but you have to have a game that accommodates that slowing down, right? Once you add additional rolls into a resolution, like active defense, you have to make sure your game is ready to accommodate that increase in steps. So that's what I'd say for that. Oh, peasantry. So there's Zachary from Peasantry. Question: who is your favorite old Western actor, actress? I mean, Clint Eastwood is, of course, like the quintessential Western for Italian Westerns, and was very formative for me in my getting into Westerns. So that old Western actor, actress would probably be him. But Henry Fonda in... I'll name some others here. Henry Fonda in Once Upon a Time in the West is chilling as the villain. Absolutely crushed it, I will say. I also really enjoyed... What else could I mention? An older Western. I mean, that's obviously great. I loved... Okay, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, the one with Robert Redford and... I gotta look this up. It's gonna drive me crazy. Somebody in chat can beat me to it. Butch Cassidy, the Sundance Kid from 1969. Paul Newman, duh. So Butch Cassidy and Sundance Kid. So Paul Newman and Robert Redford were... What an amazing buddy cop, like buddy movie about Westerns. I think that movie's hilarious. I absolutely love it. I laugh out loud in that movie. Like there's the scene where they're running, they're on the run from whoever, I forget where it is in this movie, and they get to this cliff and a river, 50, 100 feet below them. And Robert Redford's like, I won't do it. He's like, why? I can't swim. And Paul Newman just laughs at him and he says, hell, the fall will kill you. And it's just great. The two of them interacting with each other is pure gold. So I'll go with that. A quick note, I think Christian Bale has done some excellent Westerns in more modern times. Let's see here and how we... Okay, yeah, 5 more minutes of Q&A and then we're switching. What have your game inspirations been for Tales from Elsewhere from Jordan, Elder Goblin Games? And for those who haven't heard of Elder Goblin Games, go subscribe to him immediately. He's one of my favorite YouTubers. Awesome guy. So I will say some of my big inspirations would be the before mentioned Westerns. A movie like Ravenous is a big inspiration. In recent times, Bone Tomahawk, big inspiration. As far as books, these would be things like Blood Meridian, The Road, anything by Cormac McCarthy, but Blood Meridian and The Road were big. Reading the book Never Whistle at Night was a big inspiration, which is a anthology of indigenous dark fiction. That's another good example. I'm sure I'm blanking on some stuff. Red Dead Redemption, Red Dead Revolver, Red Dead Redemption, Red Dead Redemption 2, and Red Dead Redemption Undead Nightmare, all of which big inspirations on the video game front. Big fans of those. So maybe I'll leave it at that. Let's see here. What are your top 3 supplement source books for TFE? Like what's going to be coming? I'm really excited for this medieval one. That's the big one. Medieval, Pirates, and the modern one, I'm like super excited to sink my teeth into. But that's way in the future at this point. Question, here's a controversial one. In my circles, what do you think of using AI art, especially in an alpha version of the game? That is a controversial subject, and I will only touch on this very briefly. There are 2 prongs to the use of AI and the morality surrounding it. One is the lack of compensation of the artists that it is being trained on, but 2, so when you sell AI art or attempt to sell it, you are robbing of those artists. And 2, it is the environmental concern because the massive amount of energy consumption that AI models, these LLMs and LVMs require is astronomical. Generally speaking, if you don't need it, I would say don't do it. I dabbled in AI art a long time ago, several years ago, and I've since stopped using any AI-related products. That I'm not here to tell you what you do, though, I will say. It's a loaded subject. But in general, I'm not for selling AI-generated content. Kind of like at the start of the stream when I was talking about movie or animation, I believe in the human element matters. Even though you would say, but sure, a human has to look at references from other artists and be inspired by that. The difference is it is a human. I believe that is a non-negligible element of any process, and I'm a software developer, and I believe that technology can be helpful, but we just have to remember human to human processes are absolutely important in all things in life. And I've found immense personal joy connecting with artists and seeing my ideas come to life through their vision. So I'll say that. But again, ain't here to like preach or come down on anybody who has no money and like for their home D&D game they make some NPC images with AI art. I'm not here to pick a fight on that subject. But great question. I just would recommend do some research on what services you're using, because if a service is inexpensive or free, you are the product. Just remember that in life. Question, how do you manage tone? Everything I write feels like No Country for Old Men as it was produced by Suda51. Like tone, that's tough. I have a very dry tone. I have a very, I don't know, I've done a lot of writing in my life, like for philosophy and at work and such, but tone just takes practice. Read, to be honest, the answer to that, read lots of books in the tone you like. Give that a try, and that'll just help with your writing. Okay. I have been drawing while enjoying the stream. Oh, you're drawing for Eldritch Gits? Awesome. I backed Eldritch Gits. That their crowdfunding sense has completed. I look forward to seeing your work in that, Jeff. How are we doing on time? Okay, we are just about out of time. I'm going to check one last question here that I see from Adam. How do you stay focused on one game design idea? I will get ways through something like a dice pool fantasy game, then think a D10 sci-fi game would be cool, then end up with nothing. You are felt, my friend, and I have a feeling that the people in the chat are going to be commiserating with you on this subject. I came up with the idea for the game that I'm working on right now over 10 years ago. I bounced around a lot. In recent times, I just, it was because Tim, the editor, said to me, Peter, you should finish that one cowboy game you're working on, and I said, okay. I'm somebody with a lot of drive, though. I have a lot of drive and focus when I do commit myself, but that is practically a genetic thing, right? That just takes practice, having that level of focus. But I will say, it's important to not burn yourself out on any one project and to take regular breaks. So I'll maybe leave it at that. So what we're going to be doing, yeah, Tim is in the chat. Tim, the editor. For those that don't know, I don't edit the videos that we post on YouTube. I'm collaborating with a good friend of mine here on these projects. He is an incredible editor, and he is the responsible for how good everything looks in general. So what I'm going to do is we'll be switching over to community reviews. I will be, I'm going to take just a quick break and go run use the restroom, and then we will hop in. I've got a bunch of these to go through, and I'm going to share my screen. We're going to talk through them together and just see what sort of cool projects y'all are working on. We've got hours and hours left of availability here. So I'm going to switch over, and I'm going to get ready. Okay, be back in just one moment, y'all. All right, y'all, I'm back. Let me know if the music is still a good volume over here. it's time to top off my glass before we dig in to community reviews. Good volume, glad to hear it. I love this music. So the music you're hearing right now was made specifically for the Clockworld setting by an incredibly talented composer named Pierce Martin that I met at a meetup of game devs. So talented. And he's worked now with Odinski Gaming with Zarek. He worked with Ryan at Ethereal, or Fine Ground Cryptids. Like, an absolutely incredible composer. I had like one conversation with a guy and he just nailed the music immediately. So darn talented. Oh, it had excellent ASMR. Good, I'm glad. I tried to put it right near the microphone so that you guys could hear it. Smells good. Okay, so quick note about community reviews before I hop into here. Item 1, I'm just some guy. I know I have a platform now that has gained some success, and I speak from a place of authority, but in reality, like, take whatever I'm going to say with a grain of salt, right? That I don't know best necessarily. I'm going to be providing some feedback and ideas maybe for you to chew on. And my preferred way of doing game design with others and helping others with game design is not to tell them what they should do, but give them questions for them to answer. Things that they should think about and find their solution to. So that's generally how I approach it. We were talking in the TFE Discord about this. I learned this from my study of philosophy. It is much more powerful to ask questions and get people to grapple with them themselves than it is to simply provide an answer that works for me, because it's about the game you want to make, not the one I would make, right? So I'm not here to tell you the exact nature of a dice roll mechanic you should have per se. I would just ask you questions that you may want to answer. And I'm probably going to do a sort of compliment sandwich sort of setup here where I'm going to read through content that's been given to me and I will say something I like about it. I'll provide a question or a constructive criticism, something to think about, and then I'll end with something else that I like about it. I was sent a lot of these, and so we're going to get through as many as possible. Some guy that's like the... I am some guy. I'm Peter Von Elsewhere. Excuse me. Can send you that if you want to review the cover art. Oh, dude, Jeff Whitty, if you have cover art you'd want me to pop up and just show here, I would love that. I am a big fan of your work. Just DM it to me in Discord and I will get to it during this stream. Some guy, mate, this is your circus, we are your monkeys. That's very funny, and thank you. I appreciate the trust and the value you all put on what I have to say. It really does mean a lot to me, as I'm just here in my office by myself right now, drinking whiskey with all of you. Okay. Sending over Discord standby. Cool. I'll hop into game design discussions, and then we'll pop and check out yours at one point. So I was sent a lot of these, and so I can't spend like 30 minutes on each person's game. Shocking, I know, because I was sent a bunch, but I want to give each of them their fair take. Oh, I sent a new stream overlay that puts the chat box in a nice little box if you want to use it, not super important. I don't know if I'm going to want to fiddle with that at the moment. Let's see. Oh, yeah, you sent some nice looking stuff. I will not do that at the moment, but thank you. You're doing, as we used to say when we played a lot of D&D back in the day, you're doing Melora's work. And before I hop into all of these reviews, if any of you are interested in reading more about any of the games I'm going to be talking about, there is a channel in the TFE Discord server called Game Repo, where you can people post about their games. So if you want to check it out, that's what I'm going to be basing this off of. Okie dokie. I don't know if Blaze is in here right now, Blaze Reason, but Blaze is I'd like to think, a good buddy of mine now, and I am a really big fan of his work, and so he popped in his Ishinekon World Shapers, so let's take a look at that. Let's see here. Turn this off, turn that off, turn that on, turn this off. There we go. Too many overlays. All right, so Blaze. I've been hanging out with Blaze for a little while now. He is the solo dev of an incredibly ambitious project called Ishinekon World Shapers. He's a software developer too. This is an entirely free game that he built, and he ran a session inspired by Clockworld in his system. So this is a universalist system, as you can see by the art here, it's meant to cover everything. I forget he's got the stats here in Discord. There are 10 archetypes, like you can see up here, like bulwark, creative, cunning, and so forth, under which there are 150 sub-archetypes, so 15 per archetype. There's 900 abilities, 600 talents, 300 traits, 150 plus items. It's like a staggering volume of content. This is a crunchy player's dream, I think, right? Like, it is a crunchy game, and it's not ashamed to say it. Oh, hey, Frank. Glad you could stop by. So this is a very crunchy game, and I'm saying that complimentarily. I'm saying it as a compliment. I'm 2 whiskeys in, so we're going to start having some flubs. I made a gunslinger character in this system, so you can make something fairly standard, but, you know, superheroes, sci-fi, all that. It's going to be tough, and I know, Blaze, if you're watching, it's going to be tough for me to do this justice in a short amount of time, simply because of the sheer volume. So first thing I'm going to say is the sheer volume of options in here is incredibly impressive, and the game costs $0 to try. It just has a website that has everything, including a character builder on it. Yeah, absolutely incredible. So I believe I played a cunning, let's see which one it was, assassin that I built as a gunslinger was the style. And these give you special features, and then but what you do is you build out your abilities from this massive, like 1,000 ability list, customizing whatever you want. Super robust. It's an immense amount of content. A cunning linguist, yeah. Crunchy enough to break your teeth when you bite it, but you're going to enjoy it. I think that's funny, and I think kind of accurate. If you like to really like dig through permutations and build anything, you know, it's at that like GURPS level of mass amount of options. And all of the way you can build monsters is built using that same underlying system. So very impressive, absolutely impressive game. My one piece of constructive criticism is that this website is very powerful, and I know, Blaze, we've kind of talked about this before, that as a new player kind of coming in on your own, it can be very overwhelming. He's smartly tagged like super short form rules, and every ability has, whether it's a beginner ability or not, so you can filter for beginners. I just think that, it could use a new coat of paint to help walk the player through the character creation process, as that is the hardest part. Playing the game itself was fairly straightforward, but the character creation process just needs a little help in making it a little easier to onboard without you, Blaze, helping them. That would be my constructive criticism point. To then have an additional compliment for this, though, despite all of that crunchy nature leading up to having a character built, once we sat down to play, it was actually very smooth to play. I would classify this as a tactical game, in that there are myriad options and ways to approach a fight beyond just the abilities you've chosen. It was very enjoyable to play. It was very solid. And you really could make kind of anything with it. It has a nice balance between abilities that are concrete and ones that you can add the flavor onto and sculpt the way you like, right? Playing it was fairly straightforward. It uses a familiar sort of D20 based system under the hood. It is a lot. It is a lot to take in, but it's the point. Absolutely massive game. Just an incredible amount of work that he's done just in his free time and given away for free. So, hey, Blaze! Cannot commend the work enough here. It's absolutely incredible. And like I said, he has a game repo where there's a link to it in the TFE Discord. Absolutely incredible game. Let's just see what people... Whiskey and workshop party. Pretty much. Yeah, I'm trying to hydrate a lot as I do this because I'm a lightweight. And yeah, that is sometimes it's the case with... oh, you're good, Blaze. You know, universalist systems with a lot of robust options. The challenge is just getting started is sometimes a hurdle just because of the robust amount of options. But yeah, that's kind of the point as well, though, right? The dearth of options is the point, for sure. Yeah, all right. I'm stunned when I know, right? I'll just be like looking through all the abilities and just like filtering stuff, and it's just absolutely incredible. And I'll be picking these kind of in random order. I wasn't keeping track of what order they were submitted in the TFE Discord, so I'll try to stay on top of that. I'll try to keep my voice lubricated with the... you can already kind of see I'm found a little scratchy. Okay. I believe the next one that I saw was Skald Tales, or Skald Sagas. So let's take a look at that one. Okay. I know this is a big document too. So let's see here of where I should pop into. Scratchy voice, more whiskey. Pretty much. Okay. Let's see what this file looks like here. So I know this is a fairly crunchy document. And from last time I was looking at this with you, Toucan, there was something I liked that I wanted to go over. So this is a game that is really robust already, and so I can't obviously read through 54 pages realistically. Let me see if it's in this playtest document or if I need to pull up the big one that I liked. Where'd it go? I haven't checked in on this project in a little bit. See if I can find what I'm looking for here. Well, maybe it's in the other file. So, well, while I'm searching, I'll talk a little bit about one of the thrusts of this game. This game is very simulationist in a good way, and I mean that in the best way. It's supposed to be very detailed, where all the details of your equipment matter, the types of weapons you have, the type of armor you have, and trying to add a lot of verisimilitude to the game, where all of these decisions and character builds really matter. Oh, maybe it's in the larger file. So there was some really cool stuff that had to do with fate in this game. Let's see if I can find it. And I apologize if I won't be able to find some things all that easily, simply because I know these are very big files. Let's see. There it is. Metacurrencies. So I know this is being worked on, and I was providing some feedback on metacurrencies, but and since a lot of this is since some of this has been edited out, I'll pop away from that at the moment. But one of the ideas behind this game was that Todd Kane, you're Toucan. Hello. If you happen to know like a part that I should zoom in on, you have some notes here. Grit, attrition, HP, wounds, 71 to 75 in the main file. Oh, okay. But the idea of that the characters are people who are part of a fated story, and they're trying to take fate into their own hands, I thought was cool. So you said about 75. I like wound systems. Let's can I hide? There we go. I want to hide notes. It's being currently reworked. That's okay. I think there's, regardless of how the system ends up playing, the idea that you wanted the characters to feel fated and to have fate be an important part of the story is very in line with my understanding of Nordic myth and Nordic belief, which I thought was very cool. Very cool indeed. I liked it. Okay, let's take a look here at grit points and combat attrition. Yeah. Character's grit is a mixture of their character's morale, excess stamina, and current energy level. I like that this is defined in fiction clearly. It's not meat points. I like that. All of these combine together to represent how well they can currently avoid or prevent themselves from taking damage or other effects. When a character takes damage, it is applied to their grit before it starts to affect their HP. Gotcha. So grit is what some people have hit points, how they have that work in D&D. But it's being more clear about what that is. Additionally, when a character is forced to make a saving throw, they may reduce their grit points to increase the result of the roll by 1 for every 2 points they spend. That's interesting. I like when players have a risk reward or can invest or push themselves to succeed when they need to at a cost. I like that kind of stuff. At the start of combat round, any characters with grit points gain 1 additional action point while they have at least 1 grit point. They have advantage on saving throws. Okay, so being out of grit is provides penalties. It means they're exhausted. I like it. They gain grit. There's no maximum to how many grit points a character can have, but they lose their grit if they go a full minute without gaining it. Oh, interesting. Certain types of damage interact with grit. Okay, cool. Some things deal double damage against grit. Some things bypass grit. Dig it, dig it. I just saw a question. Are any of these publicly shared? Yes. Anything that I'll be sharing today, with a few exceptions that I'll point out. If you are in the TFE game Discord server, there's a game repo where they've all posted the information that I'm looking at here. So what is being shown is at least publicly in the TFE Discord available for view. So very cool. Attrition. Attrition is the degree that combat takes its toll on a character's ability to maintain their grit. It represents a cumulative breakdown of their morale and stamina reserves through the progression degradation of character's grit points. Okay, so as fight goes on, they reducing the grit a character gains from any source. So as the fight increases in length and the attrition increases, the characters are worn down more. That's neat. It puts a timer on any fight as so that fights don't last a long time and it wears them down significantly. It's very cool. Oh, see ya, Blaze. Okay, health points are the intricate measurement of how exactly much damage a character can take before they die. Health points exist in 2 separate pools, body and essence. Ooh, interesting. The maximum amount of HP a character can have in their body HP pool is determined by their durability score, while the maximum HP they can have in their essence HP pool. Okay, so they have a number of points in body and essence. That's cool. What I might recommend, and this is just a quick little feedback point, Toucan. I'm just going to call you Toucan forever, even though it says Todd Kane in chat. Is that we don't call them HP pools. It's your body pool and your essence pool. It might like EP and BP. I think that might just clean up the language here a little bit. I know they're both, though I guess they're both considered health points, subdivisions of it. I think that verbiage could be cleaned up just a scotch. Ah, right. Oh, I remember this. Segmented chunks of their HP are wound thresholds. That's cool. And these vary based on the durability of your character. That's neat. And so if you get a certain amount of health points reduced, it gets through a chunk and it applies penalties. It gives you a wound. Interesting. When an HP threshold is reduced to 0, it becomes wounded, and the character cannot regain HP in that threshold until they recover from that wound. You know, that reminds me of a Hunt Showdown for those that play it, right? Once your pips go down a certain amount, you need to use a kit to recover them. When an essence threshold is reduced to 0, it is lost forever unless regained through the use of powerful magic. Oh, that's intense. Essence damage is gnarly. Wound severities, nice. When an HP determines the severity of the wound, the result, I can zoom in a bit so maybe other people can read this easier. Determines if there's an immediate effect, and they make a wound check, and that determines if there's like light wounds, minor wounds, major wounds, grievous wounds, crippling wounds, and mortal wounds and lethal wounds. Lots of different wound thresholds. I love wounds, as you well know. So this is a hybrid approach where the wounds are the secondary health tracking. There are buffers in front of it. It's very cool. Very crunchy. I dig it. My one feedback point is maybe there's too many different tiers of wound here, and you start getting lost a little bit in the weeds. Mortal wound and lethal wound feel a little similar to me. That might be my feedback point there. But you know me, I love wounds. I dig it. I really should keep track of how much time I'm spending on each of these because otherwise I'm gonna rabbit hole too long. Ooh, you can get scars. Love it. I was really considering adding a scar system to TFE. I haven't ruled it out yet, but I don't know. Nice. Getting permanent scars. Love it. Because then your character can have this record of all the fights they've been in, basically. Super cool. Yeah, I dig it. Okay. I'm gonna switch gears. So yeah, Toucan, I think this game's very cool. Like we've talked about, it's very crunchy. And my recommendation to you would be to... Oh, I see all these people hopping in to view it. My recommendation to you is just hone in on where you want the delineation to be and where you're cool with it being a little smoother. That would be all I'd really say there. But you know, I think your game is cool. We've talked about it before. All right. I'm just gonna kind of go up the list here. Oh, you know, I want to check out Jeff Whitty's art really fast. Oh, dude, this is super sick. Let's pop this open. So for those that don't know, Jeff Whitty, who is in the chat right now, is a very talented artist who has worked on a number of games, one of which just finished its crowdfunding called Eldritch Gets. And just look at how awesome this is. Here, I'll make sure this can be seen here on the stream. Look how rad that is. Love the colors, dude. Love it. I'm a big fan of good line work. And this is just awesome. Yeah, super cool. Super sick. Not much to review here. I mean, I see Cthulhu, so we immediately know we're playing a Lovecraftian game. And this car looks very 1920s, so it places us in a time period. I dig it. Love it. Love we have high contrast colors here, which really makes it stand out. What more can I say? Super cool. Big fan. Okay, let's close some of these windows. For those that don't know, Google Chrome has an extension called like Google Art, where your empty tab shows new art every day, and I highly recommend it. All right, going up the list. We've got Faust system. Okay, let me check the notes here on what I should be taking a look for here. Initiative system and boosts. Okay, so let's take a look. Oops, no, not download. Faust system. Fast action universal survival and tactical system. So this is by Greystorm in the TFE Discord server. And again, this game is, this file is in, oh, I should be in the proper Google account here. Okay. And, okay, so the initiative system or boosts. Let's see if we can find that. So probably around primary rules and combat. Let's see here. And, you know, I don't know if I made this clear, but today we're going to be seeing games in various levels of completeness, from Google Docs to nearly finished printable products. So we're not here to talk about that this is in a Google Doc. I still work in Google Docs all the time, even though my game is like getting ready to be finalized. So, you know, I'm not going to comment on that sort of thing for something that is not public facing. Challenges have a level. I like it. Interesting. Absolute, partial, ladder, plot, and fixed. Okay, okay. Let's find this. Okay, it's a dice pool system. Dig it. We're looking for 5 pluses on successes. Classic. Oh, there's a normal and an inverted roll. An inverted roll counts all successes as failures. Interesting. Okay. Oh, boosts. Here we go. Boosts are one of the primary mechanics in the Faust system. A boost is a resource that is defined by their character and is in turn defining their character. Stats and advances gives the player a number of boosts to be written on their character sheet. In any given challenge, boosts can be used after a roll to buy extra successes. There are at this current time several kinds of boosts in Faust. Some of them are generic. Ooh, that was a strong shot of whiskey. And some of them are class specific. Some have general use and can be used to buy successes in any given situation, and specific boosts can only be used with talents. The boosts, stamina and stress, are also crossed off when a character takes damage. Stamina and stress are considered common boosts, and all other special boosts. This affects progression, where it is possible to buy common without restriction, and special has some conditions that must be met. All characters start with a talent. Hit points limit 0, which let them use the boost hit points to soak incoming damage. Interesting. All characters do not necessarily start with hit points. Ooh. But only with a capability to access them. Oh, that's interesting. So a character could have no hit points, but they basically buy off getting killed with boosts. That's interesting. Interesting. Oh, and yeah, these are not from... There's no paywall behind these reviews today. This is totally just a thank you to everybody. I didn't give a ton of turnaround time in the TFE Discord server to get these together, mainly because I didn't want to have 100 of them, because I cannot stream all day, but I want to give everybody their fair shake. Initial boosts are what you get during character creation. These are free boosts that you add to the relevant column. They do not change over time. Generic can be bought many times. Okay, so what I think I need to see... Let's go to this. Oh, Obsidian Portal. Okay, I won't be able to access that during character creation because I don't have an Obsidian account. But interesting. So it sounds like these are narrative tags in a way. Things about your character that define them that you can utilize to guarantee success. That's interesting. Leveraging things in character creation. And I don't know, Greystorm, are you here? You should read page 3 to 5 and 11. Oh, okay, let's see. And hey, glad to see you in the chat. A challenge is one where the players gather a pool of dice for a specific purpose. A challenge can have a type, and it determines things like if a partial success is acceptable and what are the consequences. A roll can also have a type, and it determines what constitutes a success. Right. With the type rolls down below. Okay. Absolute is classic pass-fail. Partial means you have a certain number of successes. Gotcha. The more successes, the more you achieve. Everybody who participates, gotcha. Cannot have its thing boosted, okay. Extra d6 in your pool for the roll, plus 1 R means a reroll. Right. It's in 3 to 5. Stat is a catch-all term for the building blocks of your character. Tag, okay. Such they do not stack with any source that has a talent or position tag. Okay. It's helpful to build a build a dice pool. Furthermore, when an additional boost is recorded on a sheet, is in the second column. I don't know if you happen to know, is there a character sheet that I could look at in this file? That might help frame this for me at the moment. Don't see one at the moment. That's okay though. I see we've got some classes. I wanted to find some boost examples on a sheet. I lost it. Oh, dude, that sucks. Lost it in a hard drive crash. That sucks. Oh, okay, here we go. Number of boosts you can have. Well, what I'm assuming is that these boosts can be anything, really. Like, you write it in on your sheet, and it becomes part of your character build that then defines you, and you can utilize it to affect your die rolls. I always like when games take a narrative, blur the line between a narrative and mechanical, like a combat structure, where players are incentivized to be leveraging narrative systems, even in a fight, to do what makes sense for their characters and be good at that sort of thing. So I think that's very cool. Very cool indeed. A lot of this also seems like fairly straightforward dice pool-based structures. Not nice. Seems, I think with a, yeah, if we see a character sheet eventually someday, I bet a lot of this clicks right away. As what I'm seeing here is fairly intuitive. Cross it all your stamina as you fall to the ground. Okay, so you can succumb to wounds. Nice, we have an injury table. Always like that. You're a bad influence, Peter. A beer accidentally ended my hand while watching you drink whiskey. Whoops, my bad. So very cool stuff. Very cool stuff, Greystorm. I definitely want to see if you ever get your character sheet back online or are able to recover it. I'd be interested to see how that looks. As I feel like this is a game where your character sheet is a very important tool for playing the game. More than just a record of your character, it seems like this is a tool that you leverage, which I do like indeed. I learned it from you. Oh, cool. So next one I see here is Canyons and Cowboys. I remember watching a video on this. Oh, download it here. Probably need to join for free. I have not joined this for free yet. And open beta. So I watched a video on this. I haven't actually looked at the rulebook yet. So hold please. I've got a lot of things open on my other screen, but I'm pretty ready for this. Let's see. Okay. So I remember. Let's see how that looks. Okay. So I remember watching a video about this, and correct me if I'm wrong, this started off as a, right, it's a 5th edition supplement, but after watching your video, I feel like you've gone far enough away from 5th edition that this very much feels more like its own game. The way that you've built out the progression and so forth is way more robust than what 5th edition has, if memory serves. There's just so much more. Let's see, did you happen to say, bet you can, if you wanted to skim through the classes. Oh, okay, that's kind of your recommendation. Sure. Let's go down. So this game has classes like you would in D&D, but they're, if I remember correctly, there's no subclasses anymore, and you're more expected to like pick tons of different feats to customize. So we've got a bandit, which fighter hit die, warrior hit die. You can choose charisma as one of your saving throws. That's cool. I did move on from Faust. I'm only trying to spend about 15 minutes per game, 10 to 15 at most. You know, just to try to get through, because I had something like 15 of these sent to me. So we're looking at a lot of time. So for just really quick Faust for Greystorm, something that I was having trouble envisioning on Faust is how it all fits together without a character sheet mock-up, because the rules are referring to marking things on a sheet. I would love to take another look at that at some point when I've got something visual to go with it, as the rules described adding things to the sheet, crossing them off, and putting them in certain boxes, and so I was having a little trouble piecing them together. I'm kind of going up the list right now and basically picking at random, Ryan, to answer your question. I didn't see the initiative system in the file there. I was looking for it. Oh, you have a character sheet mock-up here. Okay, really quick, let's... Oop, that one's upside down. Let's take a look, because I did want to take a look at that really fast. Okay. Oh, interesting. Look at all these boosts. I like that we have a lot of checkboxes rather than math per se. Interesting. Page 11 is initiative. Oh, okay, that's fair. Let me take a quick look. I was curious what you were saying about initiative. Page 11. And then we'll pop right back to cannons and cowboys. Yeah, because I know you said in the chat specifically wanted to. Oh, okay. Monsters always come in groups. Even the group consists of just one monster. All monsters in a group always attack together. Normally, one monster in a group would signify one action and one threshold to beat. Might be different from monster to monster. Some monsters might have several attacks or thresholds that need to be overcome. Often, some monsters might have several attacks or thresholds that need to be overcome. Often, a single monster has more than one threshold. Lose an ability. Right, because you're dealing damage to it, and if it gets to a certain threshold, it stops being able to attack. Okay, so you establish initiative actions ending combat. As a theoretical outset, all monsters all go before the player characters until they seize the initiative action. Oh, interesting. They get a pool of successes, and they can try to seize the initiative action. But it costs you a number of successes equal to the level of the monster of the group out of the pool. Interesting. So you're kind of bartering in a way to try to go ahead of them. That is interesting. And it takes an action to do so, to try to take the initiative. So it's going to constantly be shifting once the number of successes runs out that they have to use against their monsters. Interesting. Very interesting. I like that it's a group resource. That is cool. So they only were able to have 3 characters go before. Interesting. I always like when the players are given a chance to work together to solve a problem, when they can decide how to tackle the threat. I like that in general. I'm a fan of like side-based initiatives or anything where the players work to get to decide how things progress. Discord invite seems expired for me. Huh. I'm not sure where you're looking at the Discord invite. If it's the one in a YouTube video, I can actually double check that really fast, because that's not good if the invite is expired. Let's just test that really fast. The Discord invite, I believe, in today's video looks live. Maybe the one on the main page is no good anymore, but maybe try that, of course. Wish this channel was around 3 years ago when I first caught the TTRPG video. Oh, I mean, it means a lot to hear that. I appreciate you. But yeah, that is novel. That is novel, Greystorm. That's interesting. The players generate a pool together and then choose how to distribute themselves among the initiative. Interesting. I'd have to like chew on that to maybe have a stronger opinion. That's interesting. Have you found, I mean, the only thing I'd say to think about is, does it find it slows down resolution at all to be breaking up the action to roll pools and then redistribute? I can't tell just by looking at it if it would create an odd rhythm to the fights, but I mean, if you've play tested your game, you'll know better than me on that subject. It's interesting though. Okay, so Cowboys. Okay, you choose a signature weapon style. You have a resource called Callousness, where they choose to either apply damage to their HP or their callousness. That's interesting. It's like a stack of temp HP. But it's not the same as temp HP. Interesting. So it makes them like a tanky boy. They can expend callousness to do more damage. Interesting. So they get to choose between a defensive or offensive use of this callousness ability. I like it. Beastmaster, we're down to a D8 now. They can choose Wisdom, Con, Strength. Cool. Weapon. They get a Beast Companion. Dig it. Classic. A Brawler. Always got to have a Brawler. I'm a fan of Brawler. Ooh, Barbarian hit die. Nice. Instead of a signature weapon, they punch people. I like it. Fist of Fury. A Crook. Ooh, a D6 hit die. Oh boy. Additional reaction per round. That's gnarly. But it can only be used to do a Scoundrel's Guile. Okay, they've got limited uses. Interesting. Basically soup yourself up and become harder to hurt. Deadeye, we've got a Sniper. Dig it. D8 hit die. Called shots. Nice. You just permanently gain +1 precision. Precision, if I remember correctly, is crit range. So that's very powerful. Start gaining increased crit range, if memory serves, about your game. Ooh. Demolitionist, another D8. In per short rest, just do like add extra elemental stuff to your weapons. Very cool. They get a bunch of explosives they can conjure or craft. Neat. Diabolist, very cool. Oh yeah, I remember something super cool about your game, wasn't it? Is this the one where there's heaven and hell spells, if I'm remembering correctly? Where your magic is divided into like heaven and hell, which is just very thematic. I hope I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, hell spells, yeah, super cool. Heaven, hell, science, and spirit. Right, so cool. I don't know why my Adobe is being weird. It's like, okay, Gunslinger. Nice, this is more rapid fire, while that Deadeye is more about single shots. Marshal, looks like probably leadership stuff. Yup, Tactician, cool. You can take more actions of that type per round. That's cool. Oh, they have a leadership resource that they expend to activate abilities. Neat. Preacher. D8 hit die. Get miracles. Okay, we're kind of cleric here. Dig it. Yeah, and you get heaven spells, right? Shaman. Another D8. So we're kind of in the druid. You can make balms. Cool. You get spirit. You get access to spirit spells, right? Sheriff. I always like playing a sheriff. Nice. You can you have authority. You can make things fail their attacks. Intimidate people. Dig it. Sidekick. D6. You can inspire people. Nice. Kind of like a support character. It's interesting. Oh, you can grant an extra action to another character, and it changes based on what their class is. That's cool. Spell trigger. Oh, and he's kind of like a magic gunslinger, magic weapon user. That's cool. Tinker, always classic. You probably get the science spells, right? Yep, science spells. Nice. Tracker. Okay, you choose a specialization. Classic, classic. Vigilante. You have a resource called Scorn. Love the names of a lot of this stuff. Scorn. This is neat. If you have at least 3 Scorn, you must make a guilt roll. Well, that's fun. Zealot. Nice. Oh, you can choose... You choose one of the spell types. That's neat. Yeah, so you could... Mad scientist, that's cool. Very neat. Very cool. Yeah, this game is... I remember the other smart thing you did in this system, if I remember correctly, is you made every spell upscalable and downscalable. So like you could have a 3rd level spell, but cast it using a 1st level slot, such that it and it scales down, right? I think that's neat. So you can always use all your spells, but they scale up and down appropriately. So very cool. Very cool indeed. Adobe, I don't want your business right now, Adobe. Good stuff. All right, let's see here. How are we doing on time? Ooh-wee, this is going to be a long day, y'all. I'm going to try to get through as many. We may have to do a part 2. Not going to lie. It might take too long to go through all these. Hey, Trekkeros! Welcome, my friend. Glad to have you here. Oh, snap, it's Peter from elsewhere. Yeah, it is. Peter from elsewhere, indeed. Okay, so I got directly sent. I'm going to pop over to one of these other ones here. Make sure I get a chance to take a look. I know, it might need to be... I'm going to try to make this all at once, but, you know, if I'm being honest, I got sent a lot of these, and you know me, I like to rant and really dig into them. Okay, let's see. Ooh, this is another PDF. Oh, this is a sick cover. I'm going to take a look here at Barge. So, this is one that is not... oh yeah, this one is in... I've just already downloaded the PDF. So this one is in the server as well. Rant away, Peter. Oh yeah, and my pleasure, Greystorm, because yeah, I want to make sure that I'm giving each of these games some attention, because like I said, this is a thank you to all of you, as it's the people who are in the Discord and hanging out and watching the videos and commenting. That's how this all works. Why this is so fun to do. And don't worry, I will make sure to do some unhinged movie rants before the end of this stream, because this isn't a democracy. I know that wasn't the most voted for option. Okay, so first of all, love this cover. Like, what a cool cover. I think we can all agree on that. Love it. Super cool. Let's see here. Okay, Barge, basic action role-playing game engine. Ah, neat. Usual preambles here. Okay, so this is just a quick start. Makes sense. We've got some core rules, some pre-gens, some samples, a couple bestiaries. Cool. Let's just hop in. And I don't know if you're in here, dude. Barge Dev Brian, I believe your name is. I don't know if you're in here, but I'm just gonna take a little gander, take a little look around. But if there's anything that you'd want me to take a look at specifically, you let me know. Otherwise, I'm just gonna kind of hop in. Okay, so we've got, oh, cool. This is always nice. To see just like, hey, what's different here? What can we point out? Dynamic initiative. Turn order reacts and changes to the action on the battlefield, and you don't always need to wait your turn. Interesting. I'll be curious to see how that actually works. Active defense. Virtually every attack will hit if the target doesn't defend themselves. Personally, I like this kind of structure. You need to use your armor, your evasiveness, and your party to stay alive. I like that sort of design. The dice pool. You do all your dice rolls at the beginning of the round. You know exactly what you have to work with from the time you roll your initiative. As long as you have a die, you got something you can be doing. Interesting. So you'd roll a pool, and then you'd get to choose which one to use in which situation. Interesting. Oh, thank you for the congrats, Agile Monk. It means a lot. We're having fun here. We're hanging out, looking at games. 3 health points. That's it. And for most creatures and characters, that is all you're ever gonna get. Ooh. Low HP pools are always intriguing. No clubbing away at a giant bags of hit points for hours on end. Victory comes from quick decision-making, teamwork, and tactical mastery. Item 2 and item 3, I can see how they play together. Because the primary mode of defense is actively avoiding being hit. Anytime you are hit, it is a meaningful thing. Progressive skill die means you are not getting bailed out by a lucky d20 roll, and you don't need to figure out what your modifiers are to add a roll. Okay, you're just using simple you're using dice pools. Makes sense. Oop, rules. Let's see here. Okay, I know what a player and a GM is. Yeah. I know why we have to put these in games, but we're going to skip that. Okay, the core mechanic. This is what I want to see. As the player describes their actions, there will come times when yep. They have default skills. Characters and bards have their ability with a skill represented by 5 skill levels. Untrained, familiar, trained, expert, and master. I like when there's terms for skill levels in addition to or instead of numbers. I like that. Oh, and interesting. Okay, so you get more dice the more trained you are in a skill. Interesting. So if I'm trained and at the start of a scenario, start of a scene or turn, I roll a d4, a d6, and a d8. And I know then what I have to work with until I run out of dice, I guess. That's kind of interesting. It might double as your action economy then, depending on how you spend them, potentially. Huh. I'm not sure. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued by that. Oh, and thank you for the congrats. Let's see, Daryl says, I fear rolling before might break immersion and anticipation. Yeah, I'm not sure, right? I mean, it depends on where the tension's coming from in the game. If it's more about intentional decision-making against maybe hidden numbers, I'm not sure, right? That's interesting. I'm intrigued. We've got a usual list of skills here. Oh, here, an example. Okay, this is helpful. Let's see what this says. Beato, the charlatan, and Song, the musician, are at a tavern trying to find information about Kiltrin, a hedge mage who they are trying to track down. Beato's player says, Beato is going to go through the front door and see if I can spot him. Okay, they're looking for somebody. And Song's player adds, I will go in with him and I will also look for Kiltrin. He says, okay, both of you roll perception. So at familiar, they get 2 dice, a d4 and a d6, and they roll both of them and keep the highest result of the 3. Okay, the other person got a 2. Neither of you see them because they didn't get, oops, they didn't beat, oh, goodness gracious. What is it, like AI garbage? Oh, don't try to help me here. Don't try to help me here, Adobe. Okay, so they didn't succeed. Okay, so they're now going to roll deception, and they're better at that, so they roll 4 dice, the highest of which is an 8, and there was a target roll of a 6. So now the deception was successful. Interesting. I think I need a combat, like a... I want to see how this initiative works. Oh, here we go. I should have just scrolled one more page. So Barge revolves around dice pools using D6, D4 to D20. We'll create a dice pool of 3 dice based on their character level, then use those dice to attack, cast spells, use feats, use etc. Do D20 initiative. This score is kept on the die as it will change on the D20, and the D20 isn't used for any other combat purpose. A round begins when all combatants roll initiative in their dice pool. Okay, so we get 3 dice. Level 1, a player character's dice pool consists of a D4, D6, and a D8, and those increase. When you roll initiative, you roll your available dice. Select 3 of them to form your dice pool for the round, and you roll your D20 for your initiative score, adding whatever bonuses, etc. These dice are how you power all actions. Whenever a die from a dice pool is spent on an action or quick action in combat, subtract the value of the die used from your initiative. Oh. Huh. That's interesting. Interesting. Panic at the Dojo does rolling at the start. I need to read Panic at the Dojo. I really need to. That's intriguing. When a character has priority, their action starts the action chain, the current sequence of events that is the focus of the combat at that time. Interesting. So your position in the pool, in the initiative order, starts shifting dynamically as you spend actions, going down in initiative. Huh. Oh, here we go. Example of combat. In combat, a character, Vivi, finds herself fighting a bandit. The Game Master calls for initiative roll, and they roll the dice pool. Getting a 1, 2, and a 7. And the Game Master rolls a d6 for a 5 to go along with a 2 and 4. The bandit comes up pre-rolled. Okay, so the bandit has some pre-rolled stats. Vivi wins with a 14 against the bandit's 13. Vivi has priority, moves 15 feet to get into melee range, and attacks him with her great club, uses the action Bash for 7 damage. And removing 7, right, because there's her 7, initiative, removing 7 from her initiative die, so going down to a 7 herself. The bandit, seeing this, uses a 2 to dodge, evading the next attack up the action chain, removing 2 initiative from their dice. No one else adds an action to the chain, so it resolves. And that all happens. The bandit dodges the next attack up the chain. Vivi swings her club, but because the bandit dodges the next attack on the chain, it misses. Because her initiative is now lower. The chain ends now. The Game Master checks for initiative, asking all players in combat what their initiative score is. So now that hers is a 7 and the bandit's is 11, priority goes to the bandit and starts a new chain. Huh. That's interesting. Right? That's a cool initiative system that's very dynamic. And that people declare things and then resolve them in sequence. Color me intrigued with how that works. That's very cool. And I imagine there's a bunch of abilities and such that then manipulate this, in a fight. Huh. I'm intrigued. Very interesting. I was worried that the preloaded values would be uninteresting, but it seems like actually that's not where the tension is. It's not about the randomization there. These are random inputs, not outputs, so to speak. I want to see this played so bad, right? This seems super cool. I didn't see if he's in chat, the dev of this. He may not be, but super cool game, dude. I think if you were to ask for people to playtest in the TFE Discord, a bunch of people would say yes. If you ran a one-shot of this, I'd want to try it. That's very interesting. I just want to see that in play. Very cool. Okay. Next one. All right, let me take a sip of whiskey. Ooh. Yeah, okay. I need to super quick be right back. I'm chugging lots of water here, so be back super fast. All right, and we're back. Whenever Peter isn't on screen, people should be asking, where's Peter? Yeah. Okay. Let's see. We can switch back on. We can turn off be right back. There we go. Okay. Peter's missing. I have returned. All right, y'all. Let's see. I'm going to pop over to another PDF here just out of kind of convenience because I've got Adobe open. Ooh, oh yeah, this one's from Ryan. Okay, so I don't know if Ryan, looks like you're probably still in chat here. So Fineground Cryptid, so Ryan is a buddy of mine, and one of the coolest, how long is your stream going today? Well, I've been streaming for 2 hours already, and I've got a lot left in me. So we're gonna at least go for another hour, maybe hour and a half. But eventually I'm gonna get hungry and I'm gonna need to go eat dinner with my wife, who I love. And so I can't go all night here on this stream, I don't think. And because of the sheer number of submissions we got, I may have to do a part 2 for y'all. Because, right, like I said, this is a thank you to all of you, and I want to give each of these games their due. 3 more hours! You know, I don't know how gracious my wife is feeling, but I could eat dinner at my desk. Okay, so Ethereal, Ryan, one of the great pleasures of becoming a content creator in this space is I've met a lot of really cool people, just a lot of other indie designers, and Ryan's one of them, and he's here in chat. And so he's working on, I'm going to give you the pitch of his game idea, a turn-of-the-century cryptid investigating and cover-up game. Super cool idea. Like, you're part of a X-File, like an organization that investigates, defeats, and then covers up the existence of cryptids. Super cool. Super cool game, and there are just now beginning to be some public-facing playtest documents, I believe, in his Discord server. But there's probably going to be links. There should be a link somewhere in the TFE Discord to Ryan's stuff. So he has sent me Ethereal Scavenger. Oh, okay, this is the Archivist profile, the Archivist with the Scavenger subclass. So, okay, Fortification 1. So this game, it's a hybrid wounds and hit point kind of system. It's not technically hit points. There's levels of fortification that you have, and I'm not going to dig into that right now. Whenever one of your abilities requires a saving throw, they're an intelligence-based class. You'll see some language in here that sounds a little bit like D&D. This game uses some familiar structures that will sound like D&D terminology. This isn't really built on D&D. I believe Ryan had said this started off as D&D homebrew and then rapidly became its own entity. So you get some expertise, always dig it. In history, very cool. And yeah, I'm seeing just some people in chat. Thanks for doing this open forum for all of us RPG. It is my genuine pleasure, and thank you for tuning in to the channel and engaging. Yeah, if you have games, you don't necessarily have to wait for me to do a live stream to have your games be talked about in the TFE Discord server. There's lots of like-minded folks kind of hanging out and talking shop. What's a little different about the TFE Discord server, I would say, than other big design Discord servers, is we're all kind of here building in a shared... We all have not the same aesthetic, but there's a commitment to analysis of games in a fairly like level-headed, digging into the weeds of it sort of approach. We're here to talk about systems and the pros and cons of such systems, right? It's not to say that we don't necessarily talk about world building, but we're very system focused here, right? We're about the mechanics. Anyway, so Deborah Reels, an entityologist. Okay, so they can use light armor, only secondary weapons, not a combat specialist. Makes sense. They can pick specialties of entityologist or scavenger. Very cool. So the scavenger is a field worker known for adventuring and getting into the middle of the action, using their whip to control the battlefield. I see now why you wanted me to look at this one, Ryan. Because Indiana Jones is awesome. And also because your character build in a TFE playtest that we've done together, a couple of them was the whip build. So I dig it. And Piotr, there should be a link. I don't think there's a link in this video, but any of my other YouTube videos, there should be a link to the Discord server as well. I love an Indiana Jones character. Okay, so quick build, having a semi-auto pistol. Dig it. Oh, let's take a look at the scavenger specialty. As a scavenger, you automatically have access to the following abilities. Grizzled. Increased fortification. Makes you tankier. I like it. While you have 2 or less wounds. Is it 2 or less wounds or 2 or fewer wounds? I think it needs to be fewer. I'm nitpicking here. I think it should be fewer wounds? 2 or fewer wounds? Maybe. I don't know if it sounds good. Just kidding. Your soak is increased by 1. Oh, interesting. When you're undamaged, when you don't have haven't accumulated any wounds, you your damage reduction goes up. Interesting. Gains stealth and sleight of hand. Very Indiana Jones. He sneaks around and he doesn't steal. He liberates artifacts. Adventures. You gain and are able to use the special range weapon Field Whip. Nice. If you ever need to replace it, it costs $3. It's worth noting really quick, what's cool about this game is that money isn't like your personal funds. A lot of what the game, there's a separation between your requisition, like you're funded, right? Because you work for an organization. You get paid. Like you're not out like they're finding gold pieces on a dead cryptid. You're getting paid for doing well. So you get a Field Whip. Nice. You can grab items with it. Love it. If there's a branch, ledge, or other secure object, you could use the whip to swing from it. Heck yeah. Very Indiana Jones. Whip people to you. Very nice. Raider of the Lost Ark. You gain whip maneuvers. Oh, sick. You gain rate, and you have raider points. So you've got like combat maneuver points, and you can do all sorts of cool stuff. Oh, super cool. Disarm somebody, snap it to give them disadvantage. That's very neat. Tripping people. I like it. Less or fewer are both fine. Thank you. With how much I've been sipping on this whiskey, I'm probably becoming unnecessarily pedantic and inaccurate. Spiral Strike. Oh, you can make characters dizzy by making them do an in save. Very cool. Oh, cool. You can reduce madness level in other players. That's neat. Madness scale, being able to reduce madness is pretty important defensive option. Oh, cool. 2 attacks with a whip. Neat. Very cool. Ooh, you can, as a reaction, do inspect on the telegraphed attack as a whip maneuver. Oh, that's cool. I dig it. I know English fewer than I thought I did. Very cool. Right, you get to pick your enhancements. This is interesting because in the other like stuff I'd seen on your stream, Ryan, I never saw any of the higher level stuff I seem to remember, so this is kind of neat. Oh geez, you can blind a whole group of enemies nearby. It's very strong. Very cool. Very neat. I always love when games have an Indiana. If you're gonna do a turn of the century or up to the 1940s, late 40s, gotta have an Indiana Jones like character. Oh, reduces the cost of all raider, the raider costs. Wow, just be able to use a ton of it. Terrifying characters with a do psychic hits and terrify with your whip. Super sick, dude. That's very cool. Definitely want to get in on an actual gameplay of this at one point. I know I've been super busy. It is tough to find the time. That is for sure. All right, I'm gonna knock out some other PDFs here. These were ones that aren't available for distribution yet, and so I want to. But I mean, if you talk to well, like this one, if you talk to Wizard Lizard in the TFE Discord, I'm sure he'll talk to you about it. Oh, that's right, Blaze, right. It's going to be in the GM's Day Off rotation. So we've got here is a word of warning. This is a horror game. Like the art is going to be pretty gnarly. I'm a big fan of the art in this game though. So this is Biomancer, which I've been talking to Wizard Lizard about for a hot minute. And this is basically a complete game from what I remember talking to him about. It's a really gnarly, like, I don't know if dark fantasy is the right word here, but yeah, it's super cool. Where's the character? I want to show the character sheet really fast because I think it's going to contextualize some of this. Is that in this book? Oh, it's not. There's a couple things I want to jump around to. So on, what's the command to zoom in? So a lot of the graphic design that Wizard's done in here is super cool. Still work in progress. Okay, science, fantasy, horror. All right, that's fair. That's fair. So the way things are tracked on this sheet uses these like the spinal cord and synapses. It's really, really cool. I just wanted to point that out really quick. And so much of what a character can do is not based so much on, how to put it. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Pathos, logos, and ethos, right? An impulse is a core drive amplified by the Virocryst, shaping how you act and react. Each impulse is tied to pathos, emotion, logos, reason, or ethos, morality. When embraced, an impulse grants advantage and allows additional resonances of that impulse to be invoked, but increases its peril by 1. So what a lot of this game digs into is, like, it's not, I have a good strength skill. It's about your motivations behind the action you take and how those inform what you do. And it's just really evocative. Okay, I'll have to come back a little bit so we can talk through some of this system. And obviously I won't be able to go through all the whole game. But let's go some terms to know here. Impulses are the core drive that's shaped by the Virocryst. And this is resonances, the defining aspect of a character that resonate with or feed into an impulse. When invoked, they add +1 impact to an action. So when things succeed, the impact controls how much they succeed, how well they succeed. And so you have traits, which represent skills, physical adaptations, learned behaviors, or genetic modifications that resonate with an impulse. And that's how we saw, like, you have traits that apply to an impulse. You have your experiences, which are defining events or your knowledge. Great for those who major in philosophy. Bonds, connections to people, places, or factions. Resonant gear, it's equipment that harmonizes with an impulse. And biomancy strains. This is a special type of resonance that grants access to biomantic abilities. They grant impact on an action roll and subtly enhance a character's abilities in an undetectable way. Alternatively, a biomancy strain can be used to cast spells, overt and powerful manifestations of biomancy. So everybody in this game, for lack of a better term, is like a horrible, twisted mutant. Black blood. Each time you use biomancy, it causes Virocryst within you to die, tainting some part of your blood. This is called black blood. If the concentration of dead Virocryst within your body gets too high, you will lose 1 control, and the black blood will be purged from your body through your tear ducts. So gnarly. When an action is dangerous or carries risk, it has peril of 1 through 6. To avoid the consequence, a player must meet or beat the peril with an action roll. If peril is present, rolling a 1 always results in a negative effect. Impulse perils are gained when embracing an impulse, representing personal struggle and instability. GM perils are imposed by the Game Master, representing external dangers or situational risk. This is sick as hell. Yeah, it is. Your control over the Virocryst inside you. This allows you to resist biomancy or psychological attacks against you. You can also spend control to push the Virocryst within you, allowing you to reroll an action roll or gain +1 impact for a roll. If it ever reaches 0, a single resonance will be consumed and lost forever. So your resonances over here, like your traits, experiences, bonds, like your body eats parts of its own psyche and stuff. It's super gnarly. Yum, yum, yum. Impact measures the effectiveness and magnitude of an action. Higher impact means stronger, more lasting, or more devastating results. And it's influenced by these other things. Situational edges or situational benefits that improve a character's effectiveness gained from environmental or situational factors, strategic information, positioning, or external influences. And they have a level, and it tells you how much impact that they add to an action. So, and really, I was gonna say the dice rolling is actually quite simple. Like, this isn't a mathematically complex process. So there's an action roll and a roll a save. So these are just d6 pools. This game uses just d6s. It's a single d6, if I remember correctly. So you roll 1d6 and compare it to the target number, based on your set by your approach, which reminds me of something like Blades in the Dark, right? How you are attempting to approach something changes it. But then, this modifies the level of impact you would have. If you have advantage, you roll 2d6 and keep the higher, right? Pretty normal. Disadvantage, 2d6, keep the lower. Yeah, very cool. There's a lot here to talk about, but yeah, it's a mathematically straightforward structure. Oh yeah, and things change based on whether or not you're near a light source. There's different scenes can have different levels of stakes to them. Gosh, there's so much I would talk about in this one. So I want to jump to something. There was something that Wizard and I were talking about just recently. Where is it? And I think he knows what I'm going to try to go look at really quick. The art is just so gnarly in this. I love it. Threat chains. Here it is. Okay. So threat chains, this is a really interesting concept that Wizard Lizard came up with that I was talking to him about the other day. So this is a, threat chains. Okay. It's like a progress bar, but unlike a progression clock in Blades in the Dark, where all pizza slices are the same, effectively, the progression has different shapes, sizes, and meaning, for lack of a better term, that can be used to track progress with certain breakpoints and certain breakpoints. So light nodes. Oh yeah, advantage disadvantage is a very clean structure. Totally agree, Jonathan. So light nodes are lesser challenges, less dangerous attacks, or minor consequences and events. When overcoming a light challenge or damaging a light attack, you need at least a light impact threshold. Heavy nodes are the more dangerous ones and needs a 4+ impact, and then savage nodes needs 6+ impact. Because these bars, this threat chain, acts not only, or can act not only as like the health bar of a threat, but also how deadly they are and what sort of actions they can take. So as you tick them off, you're actually eliminating beats in the enemy's action economy, things that it can do and it represents. It's really interesting. And I haven't had a chance to fully sit down and really think about all the different ways that this could be expanded and talked about. Oh yeah, you have branching here, where there could be changes in the scene. Just really interesting, and how it's baked into using it as enemy HP, the order of their attacks that they would do to hurt people, basically. Yeah. Oh, it's cool. You've added this in. Lots of different ways to use the chains. So cool. But I think I've spent enough time on one game. I got to be cognizant here. Yeah, it's really interesting, and I feel like there's a lot to consider with that. I really like it. Okay. Sorry, Wizard, I can't spend too much more time on that. Oh, all right, that's all the PDFs. So now I can switch back into Discord and go to the next one. Oh, show one of the backgrounds. Oh, that's a good call. Yeah. That is a good call. Because they're super interesting. They're not, these aren't like, I remember us talking about this a while ago, too, when you were working on it. Where are they? These are them, right? Artists and performers, garbage collector, harvester. So you can randomly roll to determine all sorts of interesting, like you can roll your build up randomly, for lack of a better term, like your character. So like artists and performers are beholden to like their liege lord, and but they can also spread propaganda and sedition. And they get these experiences, and like above, you can leverage these experiences to increase your impact and so forth have really cool stuff. Like you sang a song of rebellion, you've stolen the show. Okay, so memories of a life unlived. To make your performance more authentic, a lord grew memories of a dead compatriot into your mind. The emotions, the loss, the pain, it feels real. Super sick, right? And because these experiences can be then leveraged later in relation to die mechanics, there is a mechanical benefit to having these, and it's super neat. Some of you running your keepsake, like one of the keepsakes you could have, your Resident Gear would be a song. Like that's your keepsake, and that's so cool. Oops, it keeps wanting to do things. And you could have a bond like with a producer, a powerful patron, or a stalker. It's all just super cool. Love it. Yeah. And there's several of these in here that help you build out who you are in this really twisted, twisted world. It's so cool though. Really gnarly stuff. Yeah, good stuff. I know the art is really cool. He doesn't do his own art, I don't believe. I think, yeah, very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. How we doing on time? All right, we got to keep going. Oh, so many games. So many games. Okay. Okay, so going up the list here. Okay, there was Barge. We already went into that. I think we have Villains and Vices here by Gerbling Thieves. Okay, oh, and you said, I don't know if you're in chat, but if I wanted to look at Vices and Combat, specifically shootouts. I know, right? As I've been streaming, more people have been adding them in. There's no way I'll be able to get to the stuff that people have added in mid-stream. Oh, hey. Oh, I didn't realize, Stock Brown, that you're a Gerblin Thieves. Nice. All right, let's see here. So you'd like me to take a look at Vices and Combat. So, okay, Villains and Vices is about making villains and watching them fall together as a group. Oh, that's fun. Your villain's goal is to become the most powerful man, woman, or child in the Wild West. Love it. With all the other villains at the table as their competitors. I love this word here. You have given a hand of cards not exceeding 6. When your villain attempts to do something that has a chance of failure, you need to make a check to determine if they succeed. Checks almost always involve playing cards from your hand. Makes sense. You have to just play a high enough card from your hand. Interesting. Hey, card games. It's like somebody was asking about card game resolution earlier in the chat during the AMA portion, huh? Surprising. You have insomnia anyway, might as well pull an all-nighter. Are you saying that to me? I mean, it's not, you're not wrong. I am an insomnia sufferer. In this game, there are 3 to 6 players and a sheriff. Hey, the sheriff's right here. Carousing in combat. Love it. Okay, picking a vice. Let's take a look at this. Your villain has a vice that determines unique abilities, as well as how to gain bounty. As well as to gain a bounty. Bounty is a measure of your villain's success and allows you eventually to purchase boons, your abilities that increase your villain's power. Many of these vices refer to actions, interactions, and inactions. These are specific things that you can do during shootouts. If you need more information before making your choice, I would recommend looking over the combat section first. Nice. All the terms that are explained in the comic are bolded for your convenience. Drunkard. Addicted to alcohol. You're better at fisticuffs. Awesome. You choose a motivation, either revelry or violence. Neat. Chatterhead. You're addicted to chatterweed. This is a chewed leaf like tobacco that causes hyperactivity, increased alertness, and paranoia. They have green stained teeth. You get an additional action when you have 0 cards in hand. That's funny. However, taking any inaction deals 1 damage. That's gnarly. Masochism or paranoia. Powder fiend. You're addicted to snorting gunpowder. For those watching at home, do not snort gunpowder. Doing so induces euphoria and mild hallucinations. That's really funny. Nice, you're better at shooting. Sadism and power. A narcissist. You're addicted to superiority. You can have a posse at your beck and call. Oh, that's fun. You ain't my daddy. Flourish and power. Nice. Gambler. Addicted to gambling. Gotta have that, right? Your indulge interaction is replaced with gambit. When you use your gambit interaction, you immediately lose the benefit of duck. Like if you were ducking a drop of 3 cards. Neat. Risk and thrill. A zealot. Always love a zealot. Addicted to religion. Your impede is replaced with hex. They cannot take an inaction. Interesting. Penance and evangelism. That's cool. Let's see that. Let's see that shootout rules. If I had $1 for every time I snorted gunpowder, I'd have $0. That's good. Okay, shooting checks are made whenever a character uses their gun. Makes sense. This can be anything from sharpshooting, threatening with a gun, or to more obscure things like repairing guns or identifying casings. Having a high shooting allows you to do more damage when shooting someone. Shooting checks are one of the more complicated checks. Start by rolling 2d6. Your goal is to play a card of value close to the sum of the 2 dice. Neat. The closer the value of your card is to the sum of the dice, the better quality your success is. Each tier of success is a range of values surrounding their previous range, with bullseye being the exact value of the dice. That's super cool. That's like blackjack. You don't want to, you want to get as close as you can, but going over, like, you don't want to just have as high as you want. You need to get as precise as you want. That's fun. The GM sets the difficulty between 1 and 3, determines the width of the range. Oh, okay, cool. How more precise you need to be. That's fun. So even in a shootout, it's not about having the most, it's about having the most precise. That's cool. Very kudos. Very novel way of using cards and a blackjack-like system. Because it's very much like blackjack. You're trying to go as close as you can to the exact number. That's super cool. I mean, and you say it's more complex. It's not that complex, to be honest. That's great. I dig it. That's really fun. This seems like this is a great beer and pretzels game. I don't know if that, for those who are familiar with that term, or not familiar with that term, it's the idea of like, no prep, grab your buddies, grab some drinks and some snacks, and roll up, like just have some fun. Without worrying about writing an epic campaign that lasts 10 years, right? I dig it. Super fun. I dig it. Going up the list. And yeah, so for those still joining, or maybe popping into the TFE Discord to submit their games, there ain't no way I can get through all of these today, but I will try to do another stream where I can go over more of them, or, conversations can happen within the Discord server. Oh, and hello. Hello, Michael. Oh, we've got a lot of people watching so far. Jeez, it's kind of weird to think how many people are watching me sit here at my desk alone, sipping whiskey, reading RPGs. Okay. Ooh, Fables of Eternity, fun. Okay. I consolidated games into a condensed SRD. There's the SRD. Okay, this is a PDF. I'm not doing shots. That's for sure. I'm a lightweight. I'm just gingerly sipping and enjoying a nice little bottle of whiskey that my wife got me. Some Kentucky bourbon. It's very nice of her. I will not be having a ton of this. If you need, I can get those for you. Oh, that's all right. Yeah, I gotta keep moving to the next game. So this one's from Matt, Whiskey and Gunpowder. I always, whenever I see you post that you're going to do a game design session, Blaze, or a coding session, I always want to watch, but it's often right when I'm doing something else or at work, which is always unfortunate. Yeah, it's surreal to have all these people watching. Okay, so Fables of Eternity. Very cool. And I think you gave me a good description. Fables of Eternity is an innovative tabletop roleplay game that pushes the boundaries of storytelling, strategy, and creativity. Character creation offers near endless possibilities through a calling system. Each calling reflects your character's origin, destiny, and special abilities, offering limitless combinations for truly unique heroes. Whether you're a gifted mage, a war-torn soldier, or a devout follower of a powerful entity, the system allows you to craft a character with profound depth and versatility. It rounds... it's using the Mobius D12. Oh, D12s! Oh yeah, you were talking about how great the D12s are earlier. Okay, it uses D12s, I know I looked at your game a while ago. We've talked about this, and it's very much like a dark fantasy. Maybe that's the wrong word. It's very much. Oh, I need to zoom in. There we go. Okay, so when attempting an action with risk or failure, you roll a pool of 12. Ooh, D12 pools. Each die that meets or exceeds the target number is a success. Ah, meaty D12 pools. Arcane punk. That was the term I was thinking of. Yeah, dark fantasy arcane punk. Meaty D12 pools. Where are my D12? Oh, I put them away. D12 pools are gnarly. The total number of successes is tallied. Right. Makes sense. Countdown dice degrade from D20. Right. Yep. When you roll a countdown die, it shrinks. If it rolls a 1, I always like that. Also, I've heard this referred to as usage dice or step dice, maybe. I like that. They get smaller. We've got exploding dice. It rolls another one of that die. Love it. You have the Fabler, or the Game Master, right? Very cool. Oh, I like this. It's meant you're stating the intent of the system, that it's designed to be a cinematic, heroic system that emulates those epic moments from both movie and other media. It's not taking a gritty, realistic approach to the games, but still crunchy for enthusiasts of the hobby. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I always like when games are that the designer is intentional about the type, and transparent about the type of game that they're trying to facilitate. You know, we all at our table can do whatever we want with the system once it's given to us, but it's helpful for contextualizing if we know what the designer had in mind. Oh yeah, thanks for stopping by, Sock Brown. Okay, we've got some attribute scores, which is body is the combination of might, agility, and endurance. Makes sense. Mind is, judgment. That's cool. I like that name for it's knowledge, logic, and problem solving. Like it. We have intuition. Oh, which you've abbreviated as gut. I like that. Cunning, cleverness, and deceit. Dig it. I like that. And you have your soul. Epitome is your inner light. Ooh. Anima is your life force. And your Ori is the natural world. That's neat. And it totals to your soul. I dig it. Oh, and then you also have your eminence, which is a separate stat. It's your charm. It's the highest. It measures charm, magnetism, and aura. Your eminence score is the highest attribute from these 3 categories. Oh. That's kind of cool. It means there isn't a charisma, but somebody who is very mighty could have good eminence from simply being quite strong. Interesting. So yeah, you could be like might, judgment, and anima together do your eminence. Yeah, I'm with you on... charisma on its own, I don't like. I like when games split it up a little bit. Or, anyway. Okay. Ooh, here we go. We got... Alright, systems. Your base pool is 2d12. Ooh, okay, you're comparing against your own thing here. Okay, roll 2 additional dice for every rank you have in that skill. And the TN is 12 minus your attribute related to that skill. Ah. So you're rolling against yourself in this system. Versus rolling against the world, right? Like D&D is roll against the world. The DM says, give me a DC 15 stealth check. In this game, when you're attempting something, you're rolling against your own skill numbers. Yeah, player facing. Neat. A quick comment I'll make about that. I don't have a horse. I think both of those designs are totally valid and have their pluses and minuses. I will say my personal preference is roll versus the world. But like I was saying, I think, like 2 hours ago on this stream, my preferred game design approach is to simulate a world and to create the mechanics for it, like the physics system of it through its dice. That is obviously not a knock against rolling against the self, right? Roll under and so forth. This looks fairly clean so far, and you get to roll big old meaty d12s. Then you roll them and you count the number of successes, right? Yeah, valid. Yeah, like I said, totally. But what's nice about the roll against yourself is how expedient it is. You don't have to like, hey DM, what do I need to beat? You know what you need to do yourself, right? It's very, you own that process, which I do like a lot. That's my favorite part about it. Oh, okay. The difficulty is just the number of successes, right, that you're going for. And that's probably set by the GM, I would imagine. Let's say that here. Oh, mundane, easy, yeah, neat. And there's terms for it. Like it. Oh, we got an AP system. Action points, 4 AP. And they regain it at the end of their turn. Nice. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is it DC 20 that has characters regaining actions at the end of their turn as well? I've seen that one other place recently. But nice, we've got an AP system. AP systems are cool, nice and versatile. It was in DC 20, okay. And yeah, the Fabler sets the difficulty of the challenge. You determine how easy you can accomplish it. Right. That is DC 20. Oh, it's in Nimble as well. I keep forgetting. Like I kind of said, like 2.5 hours ago, I'm not super into D&D Heartbreakers. Like ones that are attempting to change the D&D setup. Not because there's anything wrong with them, it's just I ain't got time for them. Oh, you've got some static defenses that set some TNs that they have to get. Nice. Ooh, wounds. Once your vitality reaches 0, you start taking wounds. Nice. The wounds have conditions. Bleeding. Nice. Very cool. Critical successes, natural 1s and 12s. Rolling a natural 12 allows you to reroll a miss. Oh, that's cool. Very neat. Alright, I'm gonna have to switch off this one now. Just because I'm taking too much time. Very nice. I like how compressed like a monster stat is here. Like it has what you need in a fairly compressed stat block. That's neat. Very cool. Very cool, sir. Yeah, I watch Evan's live streams as he's developing it and finishing it up, and I talk a lot with Twin Steel, who is really knowledgeable about Nimble as well, Michael. Like, again, nothing against Nimble or DC 20 or Draw Steel, a lot of these games in competition with D&D. It's mostly just, you know, if I'm going to play a high fantasy game right now, I'm going to play whatever the DM in my local group that I go to is going to run. That's probably going to be D&D. It's not like a badge of quality for D&D. It's just the staying power in that group I'm in. Okay. How we doing on time? Plenty of time. Going up the list. All right, we've got, is Porpoise still in here? Wrong on Porpoise? We've got another PDF. Chimera. Ooh, super sick art, dude. So, wrong on Porpoise. I've been talking to Porpoise, gosh, for like almost a year now, I think. Mainly in the big TTRPG design Discord server. How far am I along with the list? Brother, I've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I want to say I've done 9. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm a little bit more than halfway. It cost an unfortunate amount of money. Dude, it's worth it though. I mean, look at how gorgeous this art is. Like, I think money well spent. I think the chat would agree that this is just beautiful art. Absolutely beautiful. And I know it's like, you know, you blow all your budget on the cover, right? And then it's like, oh, the rest of the file's gotta be no art. But yeah, it's super good. Okay. Hey, hello stream. It's like you prepared this just for me. Hello all. Here are some NPCs that appear in Chimera, a dark fantasy tactical combat tabletop role-playing game. Titterpig. These are some small selection of NPCs on offer, just some of my personal favorites. The features and traits of all these NPCs can be mixed and matched freely to create an ungodly abomination sure to terrorize players everywhere. Furthermore, they can be amplified and adjusted with templates that add an extra health bars, turns, and special abilities. One of my major design goals was to make every enemy interesting as a minion, which is a 1 HP variant of an enemy that can be deployed en masse. These NPCs are sorted into 4 roles that help define their purpose on the battlefield. Most of them are hybrids between different roles and fill unique niches. I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts, either live or in post. Enjoy! Thank you for a live stream preamble. Always judge a TTRPG by its cover, that's right. I know, right? I'm gonna have to do a part 3. There's so many, y'all. And to be honest with all of you, time is my greatest enemy at this point, because yes, I am a content creator, but I'm also trying to finish my own game and get that all ready in time for crowdfunding later this year. So I have to balance dedicating afternoons to content creation with my the collaborations I've signed up with other content creators and game development. So I'm gonna have to. Man's got to eat dinner. Yeah, man's gotta balance his personal life and his game dev time, and because I have a full-time day job that eats up most of my day. Okay, let's take a look here. So we've got some controllers. The Sadist. The Sadist is a tormentor who cripples enemies with debilitating conditions and resource attrition. Twisted Mandate and Shackle Will force enemies into impossible choices. Even in death, the Sadist gets the last laugh, forcing PCs to choose amongst them who shall suffer the Sadist's tainted blood. Great preamble there. So let's see what they got here. A character with an 8. Okay, Twisted Mandate. A character with an 8 must succeed on a heart saving throw or choose 2 negative status effects to suffer until the end of their next turn. That's fun that they get to choose. Terrified, weakened, or shredded. On a success, they're unaffected. Neat. Path of Pain. They make a soul save or lose 1 spirit for every space they voluntarily move through until the end of their next turn. Interesting. The spirit loss is dealt at the end of the target's turn in a single burst. Oh, geez. That's gnarly. That's some, yeah, they were saying resource attrition here. Unable to use armaments or abilities. Gnarly. This is a high priority kill target if I've ever seen one. What was the whiskey you were drinking? Oh, I'll answer that really quick. I am just having some Woodford Reserve Kentucky Straight Bourbon. This is not sponsored. Nothing fancy. I mean, it's nice though. My wife picked out, I think it's a nice bottle. And I'm sipping on it lightly because I'm a lightweight. Yeah, soul save's great. Now imagine the 4 of them with 1 HP each. Yeah, so that's neat that you can minionize them. So they're still very big threats, but you can take them down quickly. Very cool. And you have cool upgrades for them. Neat. The Warden locks down, creates impassable zones, and apprehends people. Cool. Drag them out of position into the line of fire. Yeah, it's a Kentucky bourbon that I've got here. You know, it's big. It's big here in the U.S. Bourbon. Oh, an old fashioned would be tasty. My wife thinks old fashions smell like medicine. Like they're gross. It's because of the bitters. I think they're tasty though. Okay, so they can like lock down people. Very cool. Cannot willingly leave a zone. That's gnarly. You know, a lot of this design reminds me of some 4th edition design in D&D in a good way. Never got into whiskey. Yeah. Medellin rum. I think I said it early at the start of the stream, but I had a really delicious Filipino rum from the Philippines that had this really yummy vanilla flavor to it that was just absolutely delicious. We started a pirate D&D game in my normal D&D group, and to celebrate, I brought the host, who's this amazing host, I brought him a bottle of rum, right, that we all toasted the new campaign with. It was a lot of fun. Okay. They can apprehend somebody to become shredded, and they unable to move willingly more than 3 spaces away. That's cool. Terrifies characters inside the same zone as them. Very cool. Guardians. They defend and bolster allies. This is neat. I need to keep drinking water though. I very rarely have this much alcohol. Like I said, I'm a lightweight, and this is 90.4 proof. About 90 proof what I'm having right now. So we've got a Dragoon. is a defensive Aegis that punishes aggression. Very cool. The tactical, you know, like I released a video not that long ago about tactical role playing, and this all makes me think of very much like almost a chess game, where the players and the enemies are maneuvering and the battlefield keeps shifting with different zones. It's all very cool. In a way that does remind me of 4th edition, a D&D in a good way, like the good parts of how 4th edition structured combat, to make it a tactical game. Like, it is a game that you are playing. It's neat. We're burning through time here. Oh, one's called a guillotine that the executioner has? Heck yeah. One of my favorite GIFs in Discord that I don't use it in the TFE one is this anime guillotine GIF that's really good. Gallows humor. These names are great. So Porpoise, the names you have in here are awesome. By the way, I think all these names are just so evocative. I really like that. They had no idea who to kill first. Felt really good to hear. That is great. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I read a lot of systems for playing. Yeah, so, you know, D&D is not like the best game to run a pirate campaign in. It's just the host of this game, or the host of my group, he loves just running D&D. He's been playing D&D since the original Red Box. Like, he just likes D&D. He plays whatever the new edition is, and he's an amazing host and a really fun dungeon master. So whatever he's going to run a game in, I'm going to play and have a blast. You know, it's just I like those group of guys. I've been playing games with them every other Friday for like 15 years straight, basically. Really consistent group. Good stuff. I want to get them. I want to run them some Shadow Dark though, at one point, because I think they'd really like it. They've never dabbled in the OSR space as much, and I think they'd enjoy Shadow Dark. But I'm getting ahead of myself. But yeah, these names are just awesome. So Striker's Jester, Summoner, Commander, very cool. Yeah, really good naming you have in here. Like, even if, so I don't know how all your game works, but just looking at some of the names here makes me immediately intrigued, and I think that's great. I heard somebody talking, somebody outside, because my window's open. But super cool, Porpoise, super cool. This seems like it'd be really fun to play in person with like a nice big old grid and some bunch of minis. Yeah, it's not so much that time. Yeah, time is a little short, so we'll see how the day goes. And I do want to try to get to more of y'all's games, and I do want to trap you all at the end of this with some unhinged movie rants. Don't think I've forgotten about the unhinged movie rants that I want to do. I don't care what y'all voted for. Okay, let's see here. Okay, let me make the popcorn first. I know, right? I'm gonna need to. I'm getting hungry though. Oh wow, it's almost 5 my time. Okay. So I'm looking at Go All In here, and One Side Too Many. I don't know if you're in chat. Well, specifically for the movie rants. Well, you've heard me rant, Amberditis, that's for sure. And you know I'm a ranty boy. I've been fortunate enough to hear some... That's right, Frank. We have sat and talked movies. Absolutely. Okay. So, yeah, One Side Too Many. I'm trying to... Okay, core rulebook work in progress. Let's see if we can open this. And see what we got here. So in your description, you said cyberspace and the arcane collide as street gangs, government agencies, and mega corporations are competing for attention, legitimacy, authority, and control. Technology has advanced to the point where unimaginable tech exists, yet a significant portion of the population is struggling to meet their basic needs in a world where abundance is possible. The arcane and magic provide a way to manipulate reality at its core, but its dangerous and unpredictable nature often leads to complications. Super cool. All right, let's hop in here really quick. Oh, and let me see if I can do this without viewing your notes. And how big of a file? 83 pages, all right. Can't go through the whole document. Basically, Piotr, my plan is at 5 o'clock, I'm going to take a break from reviews and talk movie rants for a few minutes before we probably need to close out the live stream. One of the reasons is if I talk all day, I won't be able to record next week's video tomorrow realistically if I lose my voice today. Because I record the next week's video, record my videos over the weekend, and then they get edited for release the following Friday. The core game engine is really the main part. Okay, cool. Well, let's take a look. I love Go All In, by the way. That's great. What is Go All In? It's embracing a rule-simple philosophy. Dig it. The game's core design champions the concept of character-driven storytelling, eschewing traditional pre-built character options in favor of flexible creation systems. Instead, we provide guidelines for crafting abilities, talents, powers, and equipment that not only align with the setting, but also ensure your character concept is viable, enjoyable to play, and faithful to the creative vision. Very cool. Let's hop on down. Let's find some core system here. Ooh, cool graphics. Neat. Okay. All right, let's see here. The dice. Go All In uses a standard set of polyhedral dice. We like those. A 4-sided, 6-sided, etc., etc. But no d20, I noticed. Unless otherwise rolled, all rolls involve rolling 2 dice, then adding their shown values together. Notation 1d6 plus 1d8. Oh, interesting. 2d6 plus 2, 2d8 plus 2. Interesting. Okay, effort and effect. There are 2 key terms to derive when the dice are rolled and translate narrative actions into game mechanics. Effort and effect. Effort is compared against a difficulty to determine if the action was successful. Okay, effort compared against difficulty. The action's effect is used to determine how potent the outcomes of the action are. I tell you what, that is a well-written sentence, and I think it is the whiskey speaking because I had to reread it twice. All right, effort is the total value of a roll. It measures if an action is successful or unsuccessful and is calculated by taking the 2 rolled dice plus any relevant modifiers. Makes sense. For example, a player with a might attribute of d8 and a subtle approach of d6 rolls their dice and gets a 6 on the 8 and a 4 on the d6. The roll doesn't have any modifiers, and the player didn't spend any edge, so the resulting effort is 10, 6 plus 4. This value is compared to the difficulty, 8, meaning the action is successful. Makes sense? Use D37, you cowards. Use D1 coins, you cowards. Okay, I did hear about a really cool, like, one-pager RPG where you were, like, all goblin merchants, and you gained coins as your win condition. Like, that's what you were gaining for, was to get money, but all die resolutions were D2s. You just rolled your coins, your heap of coins, and counted heads, and it sounded really funny. Anyway. Okay, so the effect, or FX, gauges how successful an action's outcome is, and is equal to the highest value on the rolled dice. Oh, interesting. It's used to calculate damage, fill up progress meters, or otherwise progress narrative outcomes. Gotcha. So yeah, you do a d6 and a d8, and you get a 4 and a 6, so the effect is a 6. Interesting. I like that. That's neat, because it's not a separate roll, right? Interesting. I like this. It reminds me of, that's cool. Okay, before I go off the, okay, so in order to see an action, meet or beat the difficulty. The average difficulty is 10, okay. Characters have a guard rating instead of a single established difficulty. The guard, okay, so they have a passive defense against various types of harm. Dig it. So what this reminds me of, it's gonna be a small tangent, is Bruno's neutral dark system that is Foglands, where you roll 2 dice. The higher of the 2 determines success, and the lower one is the level of success. And you're rolling like a d4 and a d8. And it's, I don't know, the way that all plays out was mildly interesting. I like this core resolution here because you get a lot of bang for your buck out of just one small dice pool of 2 dice. Like you're getting a lot of as you explained here, you're getting a lot of degrees of success as well as like skill scaling, you know. That's cool. Ooh, I've got a message here that I need to check. I'll have to check that later. Won't worry about that right now. Talking to some voice artists, and looks like one sent me a draft of something. I'll have to check that out in a minute. Check that out later. I like that. Yeah, it's nice and efficient. You're rolling 2 dice, adding some fixed numbers to it, and you're getting all you need to resolve the totality of the... oh, you have... Ooh, doubles. You have wild cards, snake eyes. Oh, cool. Oh, this is neat. This is a whole nother wrinkle. Yeah, Bruno's been back. He was on hiatus for a while. He had to take took a break. Oh, this is interesting. Use both dice for determining the effect. Oh, dang. For doubles? Oh, this is cool. At first, like, I was sold on your die resolution and its simplicity, and now I'm like, oh, this is neat. I like this. Double highest, persistent positive effects. Oh, cool. And a boon if one of them is maxed, and you get Banes. Snake eyes. Yeah, this is neat. Yeah. Like, this makes the die rolling a fun experience. You're not rolling a lot of dice in this system. You're rolling just 2 of them, but they're telling a lot. Like, I like this. You've baked a lot in. And these different special die roll results aren't so numerous or strange that it would be hard to remember, to be honest. Yeah, I like it. I like it indeed. That is cool. Yeah, I dig it. Okay, be right back 1 moment. So what I'm gonna let you all know. Okay, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go check what my dinner status is likely to be, and then I will come back and we'll probably do some movie rants and gauge how much longer I can realistically be on, because I am getting real hungry. So sit tight. I'll be back in just a minute. I'm gonna put the be right back up. So hold, please, y'all. I'll turn up the music while I'm gone slightly. I leave y'all alone and I see all sorts of wild things being said here in chat. I was gone 3 minutes. Okay, so we're going to take a little break from game reviews for just a minute. I'm having a snack, so I can go for a little longer. I'm going to try to go for 1 more hour. Yeah, quick act innocent. I've seen the records. Okay, so I'm going to be eating a snack here for a minute. What I'd like y'all to do, who are hanging out, let me know what movie topics you'd be interested to hearing my opinions on, just for the next minute or two while I eat a snack, and I won't crunch into the microphone, and I'll watch chat here. What would you be interested in hearing about? I used to work at Blockbuster Video. I've watched a lot of movies, and I have a lot of rants about it. So we'll take a little break to do a little movies, and then I'll try to get in a few more games. These movies are gnarly. Like, these questions are good questions. I'm just chomping a bowl of cereal here real quick. Yeah, you want the ASMR of me chewing? And no, this isn't my dinner. This is just a snack to hold me over till dinner, because I am a hungry boy. All right, we are back. Okay, we got lots of comments in that minute or two it took me to eat my eat some cereal. So let's go up to the top here of movie questions. Best and worst of any genre. Oh, like the best film, like within a genre, or worst within a genre. That's interesting. So it's hard to always pick a best in a genre, but I'll say that when it comes to psychological thrillers, there are few. I can't think of a movie that I think would put above Silence of the Lambs. I think Silence of the Lambs is the gold standard of what a psychological thriller can be. And I wouldn't put pretty much any movie in that subgenre above it. I think that is pinnacle. It's one of the few horror movies to win Academy Awards. It's very rare for that to happen. So I'll say that. Worst of any genre. Okay. This isn't the worst movie of a genre, but I'm going to tell you a movie that hurt me after I watched it because I was so excited. And that movie was Underworld, with Kate Beckinsale, and I forget who else was in it. The Underworld movie. I was so excited when this movie came out. It came out when I was like a teenager, I think. Because I thought, oh, vampires and werewolves, and they're fighting. It's so cool. I can't wait to watch this really awesome, movie about these supernatural entities going to war with each other. And you know what that movie was about? Groups of people in spandex shooting at each other. All they do is shoot at each other most of that movie. They just pull out guns, and they don't even shoot accurately. Kate Beckinsale's character is supposed to be this immortal badass who's been hunting werewolves for centuries, and she outlines things. Everybody just spraying bullets everywhere. I was so disappointed. So disappointed, because the world was so cool, but the implementation of the action was terrible. I think terrible action, which is such a shame. So that's my answer to that one. And I'm sure there's people who like that movie in the chat, and I do not apologize for this. I was so upset. Best movies of last year. Okay, I watched almost no new movies that came out last year. I kind of want to see like all movie releases 2024. I mean, what were the big ones that came out last year that I would have even seen? Because I actually never saw The Substance. I know I need to. I did like Long Legs. I thought that was interesting. But because I'm in burnout year, I haven't been going and catching as many movies, mainly because I just haven't had time. Yeah, so I'm behind on my 2024 releases. Yeah, I didn't... Wait, Oh, you know what? It was Nosferatu. That technically came out in 2024. I really liked Nosferatu. I'm a big Robert Eggers fan, and I'll see anything that man makes. What is your favorite animated superhero movie? I think it's called Justice League War. That one I did really like, if I remember correctly. I'm a big... actually, you know what? I retract that. Mask of the Phantasm. Easy answer. From, the late 90s, early 2000s. Best rom-coms and action movies. I don't really watch romantic comedies. It's hard for me to comment on that. Because it's one of my least favorite genres. I don't like, what are they called? A comedy of errors. I don't like that genre. Nothing against people that do like it. Like, I watched 27 Dresses, and I was sad when James Marsden's character, like, stopped being a cynic at the end. I wanted him to stay a cynic the whole movie. Best action movies, that's a little easier to say. Commando, Predator, Aliens, these are top tier action movies. Terminator 1 and 2, absolutely pinnacle. I think somebody had asked me about martial arts movies later on. Oh, Zarek did. We've talked martial arts movies before, but I'm going to put those together in action in a way. Most of the work of Tony Jaa is some of my favorite martial arts movies. Outside of things like Jackie Chan, Jet Li, Donnie Yen, these are absolute legends. Tony Jaa I just find really entertaining to watch. Or Uo Iwas, I'm probably butchering his name, or Joe Tulsum. Those guys are great. They were in the Raid Redemption. So those are some... I love martial arts movies. I've watched innumerable of them. They're absolutely awesome. Action comedies. Oh, action comedies. One of the best ones is True Lies. One of the best action comedies out there. So good. Absolutely great. 80s fantasy movies. Okay, Legend with Tom Cruise, I actually like. But so in the 80s, you had things like Dark Crystal, you had Labyrinth, Neverending Story. These were very formative for me in my youth. So those were all awesome. I've gone back since and watched things like Fire and Ice, which I thought was really fun. I don't know if I would say it was good. Worst martial arts movie is tough. I don't watch I haven't seen like a bad martial arts movie in a long time. Best D&D movies in order. There were some direct-to-DVD D&D movies, direct-to-DVD D&D movies in the early 2000s that were actually pretty decent and more true to the game than the one with Jeremy Irons was. But the recent one with Chris Pine, Michelle Rodriguez, and so forth, I actually really liked that. I thought that was a lot of fun. Especially because they went down into the Underdark and it featured things from Out of the Abyss, which I thought was a really fun adventure. Are the Dune... my guess is that you really like The Substance. I haven't seen it yet. I do need to watch it because I've heard it's very Cronenberg. Are the Dune movies good? Yes. I'm a big fan of the Dune book, and I thought the movies were very good adaptations. Denis Villeneuve is one of my favorite working directors currently. He understands a sense of scale in science fiction. And a sense of foreground and background that I think is missing in a lot of science fiction. Did you see the Spanish movie The Platform? Haven't seen it. I do enjoy foreign language films, but just haven't been watching a lot of movies lately. What's your favorite movie that you think none of us have ever heard of? Oh boy, I'm imagining myself walking back through Blockbuster Video and the different aisles. What's a really weird one? Okay, have any of you seen Shikiyaki Western Django? See, I'll scroll down and see if any of you have seen that. That's one maybe nobody's seen. I have seen The Guyver, by the way. I'll wait for chat to catch up, but Shikiyaki Western Django is definitely one of the weirder movies I've seen, and definitely obscure. Very strange movie, a lot of fun. I'm not sure that's even words. Shikiyaki Western Django. Look it up. Google it. So that might be one of my obscure picks to try to throw a curveball at you. So The Guyver is just... I mean, I didn't... It's a bizarre movie. Okay, I'm going to go back up to where we left off here. Nope, not cereal for dinner. Any guilty pleasure movies? Okay, I don't know if it's a guilty pleasure. It is a little bit of a guilty pleasure. The 13th Warrior is one of my wife and I's favorite movies. And I know it's woefully historically inaccurate, and Antonio Banderas maybe has no business playing an Arabic character, but we just love this movie. I think it's so much fun. We watch it a couple times a year. I just think it's a great movie. It's definitely one of my favorite action movies. And it almost is action horror at times, which is very cool. Oh, Dark City in the 90s was really good. Yep, for sure. Okay, so let me scroll back up. What's your favorite movie that I've heard of? I'm pretty sure everyone wants to know why you hate the DC movies. Oh no. I was wondering if any of my buddies are in here and would prompt me to talk about DC movies and how much I hate them. I get so mad. Batman v Superman was one of the worst movies I've seen in a long time. I despise that movie so much. I am a really big fan of Batman and a big fan of Superman, and I think that DC has mistreated these characters just so terribly. They've missed the point. They've entirely missed the point, and they continue to not understand what makes Superman compelling, because everybody says Superman is boring, and they're wrong, simply because in the movies, they pose this question to the watcher, to the viewer. Will Superman be able to beat up the bad guys? Well, the answer to that is yes. Every time. Superman always beats up the bad guys. That's the least interesting question you can ask Superman. Will you be able to beat the guy up? The answer is yes. He's the strongest, generally speaking. What makes Superman compelling are the moral choices he must struggle with along that way. He's a man living in a world made of cardboard, and how he tries to save people and inspire them to be an ideal is the interesting part about Superman. And they don't do any of that in the movies. They just throw a big bad guy at him to beat up in the third act, and it's just 30 minutes of CGI fighting. It's so boring. On the subject of DC, I won't fill up this whole evening with me ranting about DC. If you want actually good DC content, watch the Bruce Timm run of animated series, starting with Batman the Animated Series all the way up through Justice League Unlimited at a minimum, and you'll see what good superhero content looks like, because in 22 minutes, in what is ostensibly a kid's show, they fit an entire plot, like an entire superhero plot, in that amount of time, and they don't insult your intelligence with lots of exposition. I don't know how these Hollywood execs can't just learn from these cartoons from 20 years ago that did all of this better. They understood what made superheroes superheroic and what makes them compelling. And I think they entirely missed the mark in modern DC movies. And lately Marvel has been missing the mark as well. Let's see here. Very good ASMR. Best and worst Star Wars movie. I mean, I'm somewhat biased because the original trilogy was so formative for me in my childhood, but I will say Rogue One, I think, was an excellent movie. I thought that was very compelling watching. I didn't care for all three of the Star Wars sequel trilogy that was released. I think that it was directionless, and they didn't understand what makes Star Wars compelling. And I've got some problems with them. Nothing against the actors that they chose or their characterizations. It's just they needed one director with one vision that actually had a plan for all three of the movies, right? Instead of just basically fighting with each other and retconning each other over three movies. It missed the mark so much. The best Star Wars content in recent memory is actually the Clone Wars animated series. That's some of the best Star Wars content. Andor, Mandalorian, all of these are much better than the recent films have been by a significant margin. It's way significant. The animated Clone Wars series was so good, it actually improves on rewatch episode 3. It bridges the gap between 2 and 3 so well, it contextualizes Anakin's actions and makes the whole movie better. That's how good that animated series was. Your take on the latest D&D movie? I kind of already mentioned that. I actually thought it was a lot of fun. It didn't take itself too seriously. It had some genuinely heartfelt moments in it, and I just had a good time watching it. It was a popcorn flick in the best way. Would I have wanted more, maybe from the movie, or from the franchise? Sure, but what they got was a highly watchable movie, and that's rare for D&D movies. So I thought it was good. Most D&D tables that I've played at are a little bit silly, and the movie was a little bit silly, so it was accurate. If you can be any movie, what would you be? If I could be a movie, that's an interesting question. Not be in a movie, but be a movie. I'd probably, I don't know, be in a superhero movie maybe? Something where I get to be powerful? Not sure actually how to answer that one. I like a lot of horror and dark movies, so I don't want to actually be like those movies. What genre needs to improve the most right now? Superhero movies, I think, need to be improved again. They need to be fixed. I would actually say action movies have lost their way, even since the 90s or early 2000s. Action movies have failed to be, I think, good in a while. It's all spectacle and not actually good action. Action isn't necessarily big spectacle. A lot of the fight choreography has been bad in a lot of action movies. I do thoroughly enjoy the John Wick series, as silly as it can be, because I think the action is well choreographed. But yeah, I think superhero movies have lost their way again. We've got a lot of content and not a lot of really high quality stuff, and I think the first Infinity Saga run was very high quality, and it's not sure what it can do going forward. How about Big Trouble in Little China as a specific option? One of my personal favorites. Oh, I love that movie. It's peak Kurt Russell back in wasn't that the late 80s, I want to say? So good. I love it. We need more of those kind of movies. Just excellent. I love it. Kurt Russell's great. Favorite foreign film? Ooh, that's actually tough. An easy one for me would be like Pan's Labyrinth. I thought was absolutely beautiful. Dark and beautiful, one of my favorite combinations. What would I put above that personally? If I start including Miyazaki's films, all of his studio stuff, I love every one of his movies. And my personal favorite of his would be Princess Mononoke. I love that one. I went into Honor Among Thieves fully ready to hate it and was disappointed it was actually a really fun movie. Yeah, right? It's fun, right? I'm with you on that. It was decent. Oh, Pan's Labyrinth, The Green Knight, and The Witch. All three excellent movies. I loved The Green Knight. I know not everybody did, but I went in expecting a medieval story and all of the idiosyncrasies and surrealness of a medieval story, a story that is trying to be medieval, right? I loved The Green Knight. That was great. Yeah, Dark City was awesome. So favorite foreign language film, I got that one. Most overrated and most underrated movie. Oh, overrated might be Zack Snyder's Justice League. What a steaming pile that movie was, if I must say so myself. I don't get it. I don't get why people like that. I just absolutely loathe that movie. Oh, I hate it so much. It's the most self-indulgent, boring movie I've seen in a long time. So I would say that's overrated. Underrated movie. Ravenous. One of my all-time favorite films. Ravenous is very underrated. I think what a gem. It's one of my top 3 favorite movies of all time. Oh, did I maybe do this out of order? Yeah, Guilty Pleasure I already covered. Anthony Hopkins for the win. Oh, yeah. So, groups of people in spandex shooting at each other is one of my favorite RPGs. That's great. Oh, Night Blaze, I may have already missed you. Cast of Lord of the Rings with the Muppets, you were only allowed 2 human characters, Gandalf and... I might go with Gimli, just because I like Jonathan Rhys-Davies' portrayal. I think that might be my choice there. So leave Gandalf and Gimli, everybody else is Muppets. I think that'd be funny. So did you see the follow-up Underworld movies? I watched every Underworld release, 2 or 3 movies going forward, on the hope that they would get better, and they never did. Jovovich upgrades any shitty movie she's in. I will take no criticisms of this. So she is a lot of fun. I actually really liked the first Resident Evil movie from way back in the day, even though it is kind of bad. But I really enjoy a lot of those. But they became just utterly ridiculous, kind of like the games did. Let's see here. I'm only going to do another couple minutes of movie rants so that we can do more game reviews. I want to make sure I get more of these in. Damn, not even Crazy Stupid Love. No, I just don't watch. I know this is probably old messages. I just don't watch romantic comedies. Mask of the Phantasm still had Kevin Conroy voicing Batman. Yeah, absolutely. For Mask of the Phantasm. Wow, I'm really behind on messages. Those are all great. Trying to catch up here. Neverending Story. Yep, super good. Enjoyed Andor. I'm maybe moving fast here, but I want to try to get through this. What do you do professionally without getting too personal? I am a professional software developer and project manager. I'm like a business guy. I like answer emails and calls all day, and sometimes I write code. But I do like boring stuff. It's really uninteresting. It's a good job, and I work right there. I work remotely, so it's a very cushy job in that regard. It is a good job, and I work with one of my dearest friends, so it's very good. Okay, I'm trying to catch up here. Oh wait, somebody was talking about something overshadowed by the Matrix. Oh, this just reminds me. I loved is a guilty pleasure movie. Equilibrium came out around the same time as the Matrix. Has Christian Bale in it. I loved Equilibrium. That's really good. Oh, so I never saw his recent sci-fi trilogy or whatever, Zack Snyder's. I will never watch another thing from that man again if I can avoid it. Oh, okay. Harold and Maude. I really liked that movie. Good deep pull there, Jonathan, that I see in chat. I actually loved Harold and Maude. I thought that was quite good. Oh, 8mm. Great. So back in my Blockbuster video days, I watched like everything. It was super cool because I could watch as many movies as I want for free. So I watched a lot of cool stuff, discovered a lot of interesting films like 8mm. Ravenous, I just love it. Usual Suspects was great, yep. Medieval, Ironclad was pretty good. There's definitely a lack of sometimes really good medieval movies. I haven't seen Ironclad, but I heard it was decent though. If you do software, do you mess with Obsidian at all? I do not use Obsidian. I use Google Docs. It's what I'm just comfortable with doing. I am a software developer, but I'm also a very analog person. I don't use a lot of automation. I don't use a lot of interconnectivity. I write. I write long form. It's just how I'm used to working. It's why, like, when I run games physically, I don't use any digital tools. If I can avoid it, I'll have like my tablet maybe with like my notes, but I like analog approaches. I don't like using character builders. I like to actually get out the book and the paper and flip through the things. So I don't use Obsidian. Obsidian is great, just doesn't fit my workflow. And it's all about finding whatever workflow works for you, of course. I'm a software engineer over in your career. Oh, it's awesome. Well, look at you, Mr. Multi-Talented over there, being able to draw amazing artwork and do software development. I'm jealous. Unhinged movie man. So you haven't heard anything controversial yet? This is because we apparently share all the same opinions, Sabrock. Okay, so what's something a little bit more unhinged? Wow, what's a really wacky thing I could start ranting about? How much time do I have before I want to? Got about 5 minutes before I want to hop back in to game reviews. I have not seen Poor Things. I've heard it's really interesting, though. Last Nights with Clive Owen. Oh, that sounds interesting. Pokemon 2000. Oh, man. What movie should everyone watch right now? Like, if you're going to watch a movie this weekend and you haven't seen Ravenous, I highly recommend Ravenous. Don't watch a trailer for it first. Just watch it. Just know that it's rated R and go in and watch Ravenous. I think it's excellent. If you've already seen Ravenous and you want something extremely intense and extremely rated R, you watch The Proposition starring Guy Pearce. If you want one of the darkest, most brutal westerns around, that's also one of the most beautifully shot, you watch The Proposition. But word of warning, content warning in that movie. Very intense. Okay, okay. Here is what I'm going to rant at for about 5 minutes. Every movie maker right now is terrible at editing. Absolutely terrible. And now maybe everybody in this chat's going to agree with me, and that would make me happy because then I'll feel vindicated. Almost every movie that comes out is too long and too poorly edited. They waste so much time on exposition, on repeated shots, and they'll spend 3 hours to tell one story. And like I said, there are children's cartoons that tell a more complete story in 22 minutes. Some editing is so ponderous, it makes me want to fast forward through it, because I feel like my intelligence is being insulted with how much it retreads the same content. Drives me nuts. 90 minutes. If you can't tell a story in 90 minutes and you aren't adapting Lord of the Rings, then you're bad at making movies. Now, some movies deserve to be long because they're that epic, because they're covering that much content, e.g., Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings franchise. But when you take a look at movies like The Hobbit trilogy that they created, is them attempting to stretch a short children's book into 9 hours of cinema, and the amount of padding in those movies, the amount of repetitious exposition is so egregious that it drives me nuts. And I love Lord of the Rings related content. I love The Hobbit. It's one of my favorite books. And it drove me so crazy trying to watch those. I was bored. I was bored watching a Hobbit related content. And I loved the casting of those movies. And they were so poorly done. I was beyond upset. Really quick, I see Piotr, you were mentioning Verhoeven's Flesh and Blood. Really cool movie. So there's an obscure one for people to watch. Flesh and Blood by Paul Verhoeven. Really interesting. So exposition is one of the most useless things in cinema right now. People tell you the most inane information that you can obviously just tell if the acting and the directing of the actors was decent. It's absolutely appalling how poorly edited and paced movies are these days. Trying to think of a recent example. I mean, I could talk about like Zack Snyder's 6-hour Justice League film that tells 30 minutes of content, maybe. Like, it tells almost no content. There's almost nothing in that movie. All it is egregious slow-mo shots. On a related note, if you make a movie about a speedster, right, a character like the Flash, and they are shown exclusively in slow motion, you have not made a speedster on camera. You've shown slow-mo. You've made the character literally move slower on screen. They are moving slower on the screen than the other characters. You're just simply freezing everything around them. That's not super speed. That's like a time stop. It's ridiculous. And Marvel and DC are guilty of this, right? I actually liked the First Class line of X-Men movies overall, but whenever they cut to Quicksilver doing super speed for an extended period of time, I'm like, here we go. It's going to be a 5-minute CGI shot of him walking slowly and like touching things, and then everything catches up to him. That's not super speed. That drives me nuts. Let me do it on time. Just about done. For all of the problems with the movie The Eternals, the way they showed Makari using super speed is exactly how super speed should be shown on camera. Yeah, exactly. The first time they did the slow-mo thing is cool. After that, it should be fast. Because then he doesn't look fast, he looks slow. So like the way Makari was shown doing super speed in the Eternals was exactly how it should be. And it's how they did it in the old 90s and 2000s animated cartoons for DC. The Flash was fast. In almost no point in that show did they use slow motion in the cartoon to make the Flash look fast. He was just zipping around. It makes him actually fast. Eternals gets way too much hate. Oh yeah, Eternals doesn't deserve nearly as much hate as it gets, but it also is not a great movie. I actually enjoyed watching it, even if it wasn't good. But Makari was shown as a speedster should be, zipping super fast. Like, she combos somebody at one point like a beast and like is zipping in and out of frame. Each one is a super fast punch. That's a speedster, not freeze time around you, right? Ridiculous. Eternal should have been a series, not a movie. I think that makes sense. It could have been telling over generations, right? And I know Barry Keoghan is kind of a weird dude, but I thought actually his acting was quite good in Eternals. I actually, like, I don't get emotional in movies a whole lot, but the scene in the Eternals where the Eternals are in, I think they're supposed to be in Tenochtitlan as it falls to the Spanish, and they're watching like the massacres of the Aztecs, and Barry Keoghan's like weeping over the loss. He's like, we can stop this. And then they refuse. Like that, I was like, oh, dang. More of this movie. Do more of this. Showing the challenges that these immortal guiders of humanity are struggling with over history was, I thought, that was a good moment. And I thought fairly powerfully delivered. Because like I said, Barry Keoghan's kind of an odd guy, it turns out, but I think his acting is pretty darn good. But there was like a kernel there that I thought elevated the rest of the very mid-tier movie slightly higher in my mind, just because of that one scene. Yeah, it has some good moments. Like I said, it has one of my favorite depictions of a speedster for a while. I don't know why they keep doing slow motion. It drives me crazy. Oh, cool. Oh, thank you, Josh. And yeah, Ravenous is one of my... Talk about more about Ravenous. Yeah, whenever pets dying is always really tough. So, all right, Ravenous, for those that don't know, is set during the Mexican-American War here in the United States of America. And I don't want to spoil it for anybody who might go watch it, but it's rated R, and it's lovely. And if you're in the TFE Discord, you'll see me use GIFs of Robert Carlyle from this movie all the time, and it's great. Robert Carlyle, Guy Pearce are the big names in it. And it is absolutely a unique film. You will not have watched another film like Ravenous in your life, I'd wager. A truly interesting movie, and I love it. Oh, all right, here. Okay, Piotr, one last rant about superhero movies that DC tends to do, and even Marvel sometimes. Marvel has gotten worse at this. They were originally good. DC movies have been incredibly callous with loss of human life. Like in Man of Steel, tens of thousands of people die. Like they're just leveling buildings. And right, like people are just dying everywhere and it's never addressed. Like it's not addressed sufficiently. The carnage that it makes you numb to the death of people. And if you watch or ingest good Superman content, you'd understand how careful he is to not let people die. He would never fight Zod in the city. Never. He'd never throw Zod through buildings full of people. Absolute travesty. That callousness of loss of human life is exactly what you shouldn't have in a superhero movie. I like horror, I like dark content, but a superhero movie that is not something like The Boys or Invincible should not be callous about the loss of human life. It's one of the things I hate the most about modern DC movies and some Marvel movies as well, is that people die and then we don't address that. Like massive loss of human life. Like those kind of blows to the psyche of a community is immense. Yeah, Invincible's making a point about it, right? It's about that. Like because Invincible is about the horror that some of these superheroes can, or villains in the end, can have, right? Same thing with The Boys. The Boys is about what evil looks like when it has superpowers, more so than otherwise. Yeah, so that's what I'll say about that. Okay, so I don't want to spend the rest of the night just talking about movies because I owe more of you guys game reviews. So let's hop back in and get some more done. I am going to munch on this banana really fast while I get ready to pop open more. Thanks to everybody who's been hanging out all day. I know some people are popping in and out, but this is a stream kind of to give back to you guys, to review your games and hang out and thank you all. And it means a lot how many people are watching and hanging out here, and I'm having a really good time. Oh, catch you later, Frank. So we'll go for another 30 minutes to an hour if I can muster it. And I'm glad people are having fun. I worked a half day at work today. Just I happened to have that. And what a fun way to just spend my afternoon hanging out with y'all. You should be editing. Yeah, you should be editing my videos, Tim. Instead, I'm 2 drinks deep enjoying this. I have not refilled my whiskey glass because I had a lot of whiskey, and I'm a real big lightweight. Eating a banana live on air. Yeah, like don't turn this into a GIF or something. Bananas are just delicious and healthy. I'm just checking chat here. Thanks. This is the first stream where I've actually been able to sit and enjoy live. I'm really glad, Zachary. Peasant, we love your game around here. Chug. Can you finish Go All In? I think I gave that one a good 10-15 minutes, so I don't know if I will go back into that one. Oh man, Piotr, it's 1:30 in the morning. Oh, Green Jump, I just finished doing about 30 minutes of movie rants. And then you missed them, but this will, oh, by the way, the VOD will be up after this, and I will timestamp roughly the sections so you can go and watch when I talk about certain games and when like movie rants happen, so that people can come back in and check out the conversation later. What type of games are you reviewing, or are they all a specific type? Oh, so the way this worked was I made a post in the Tales from Elsewhere Discord server because there's a lot of indie designers and hobbyists in there working on their own games, and I said, hey, I posted a vote. What do you guys want me to do on the stream? And a lot of people submitted something for me to go over, and so I'm just in the TFE Discord server going through what everybody posted, and it's been a lot of fun. I think we went over everything with that I needed to on Go All In, I think, or did we stop midway on there? Oh no, this one, oh yeah, this one was super cool, just to get myself back on track. Oh yeah, we were talking about the dice mechanic. So yeah, I can't go through all 83 pages, but the dice system on this one, oh, I need to switch back over to this. So the dice resolution system in this is really cool. And for those that are just coming into the stream or weren't there at the start, if you want to, yeah, don't do all 83. All the games I'm talking about here have a link, a post in the Tales from Elsewhere Discord server where people have shared their work. There's a place called the Game Repo where anybody can make a post about their game and talk about it within that. The TFE Discord server is, it's about my game, Tales from Elsewhere, but it's also about the community of designers that I'm meeting and working with and just hanging with, and it's been a lot of fun. I really enjoy hanging in there, though. Boy, we're getting big, huh? Guys, like, there's a lot of people in here now with a lot of games, which is cool. Yeah, I think that's all we'll go through on Go All In. We dug in pretty deep on the die resolution, and I really like it. I think all of us in the chat were like, this is really cool. Okay, so next, I have a feeling he may not be in chat. This is Anime Infinity. Let's see here. I should probably turn down the volume on the music again. It might be don't want it to be too loud. Oh boy, we got another big document here, I think. Let's see what we got. I'm just going up the list, and I'll try to get through as many as you can. You might want to bring the background music, please. Bring. Oh, did you mean like turn it down? I just turned down the background music. Oh yeah. Ooh, very clean formatting here. I like it. Oh, we've got it all in tabs. Oh, I should be in PFE. Okay. So we've got some... Double columns on a Google Doc, you just, oh, I won't be able to do it here. But yeah, it's under format. You can set columns. You can do even triple columns, I believe. Okay, so we've got strength, agility, mind, and charisma. Pretty cool, normal stats. We've got skill checks. We do 2d6 plus relevant stat modifier plus level bonus. Okay. So 2d6 is cool. We like 2d6s around here. 2d6 being the nice little bell curve, very good average die roll. Doing 2d6 significantly reduces your variance, right? It's much more controlled results. Always like seeing that. Yep, it's derived from your stats. Level bonus makes sense. You get it. Yep, you're doing must equal to. All right, so we've got a standard rollover system. Dig it. Opposed rolls makes sense. And we've got some fixed numbers here, and with 2d6 being a 12, it means that you're actually, everybody has a chance to complete a very hard. Dig it. Always like a, right. Oh, and very easy is super easy. Any bonus basically guarantees it unless there's some sort of critical failure. All right, let's see. When a roll is said to have an advantage or disadvantage by the rules or GM discretion, okay. Okay, you pick the lowest and re-roll it, right? And then disadvantage, you pick the highest and re-roll it. Makes sense. So you're all, oh, that's interesting. So advantage and disadvantage aren't as swingy as they may sometimes be because it's just changing one of the dice. Interesting. Oh my god, we're learning so much and I get increasingly drunk. Yeah, I slowed down on the whiskey because I drank about like that much whiskey, and that's a lot for me. It was really tasty though, but yeah. Okay, so we've got turn structure. You have an action, bonus action, interaction, reaction. Now, there's always the question of how do you move, or does it even matter? Let's see. Oh, and there's movement. I had to scroll up. Interesting. Okay, this is a pretty standard array of action economy. Fine with me. You can use an action to prepare it. Okay, you can ready something. Sounds fine. We've got an initiative order. Turns are taken from highest to lowest. Pretty normal. You've got surprised. All right. You declare an attack. Roll to hit. You get a rest. This is all pretty normal. So what I want to do is I actually want to skip ahead because I get it. This all makes sense. I can tell what you're going for here is, excuse me. This is all very straightforward, easy to understand, and simple to adjudicate. So I want to see your classes. Oh, Daniel, oh, hey, Daniel. You're at work. Are you doing more game design, right? When you get off work at your day job doing game design, you gotta, you know, help me out and do game design over here. There's no rest for you. Okay, we got a bunch of classes. Cool. I want to see. Let's see some of these classes. Oh, interesting. You can only the level is fairly fixed. Is that because you're meant to multi-class? Oh, they're not in chat. Can't ask them. You have 2 technique points. Cool. Right, you got your own games to design. Your whole world is games. Then occasionally you got to go play D&D with me. Okay, get temp HP. What this basically feels like, having looked at this, and this isn't a knock against it, it is it's taking a familiar structure that we all know from games like Dungeons and Dragons, and it's cleaning up a lot of the math and scaling, is what it looks like. And I'm digging that. It looks fairly fast. The math looks a lot more compressed, and I think that's a good thing, right? There's more control here. Oh, okay, these ones do go up to a lot. These must all just be in progress still. Cool, martial artists. Oh, and I should show will I be able to show the cool cover art? Oh yeah, before I forget. Look at this super good cover art that he has for this game. Just before I keep going, like this is just, it's very, I'm blanking on the name of the artist who did all of Dragon Ball Z, but really good job evoking the 90s anime aesthetic that I'm definitely a fan of. Anime Infinity. It's very cool. Martial arts mastery. Okay. So we've got some. Again, this isn't a knock. Again, it's a standard set of abilities here, drawing very much on a D&D 5e sort of structure. Looks inside. Anime Infinity looks inside finite. Night. Night, dude. Yeah, I get you. I can tell this is still a lot in progress. This is very cool. I can tell this game would actually be pretty fast to whip up a character and have some fun with. In a way, almost like Shadow Dark, in that the character creation is fairly straightforward and therefore not onerous to build. Battle mech, sick. Very cool. Curse Bearer. I'm always sometimes at a loss when a game is inspired by anime. I don't watch a ton of anime. I have watched a fair bit in total, but I found that when people say they're making an anime game, I don't know what type of anime they're referring to because there's so many different types. In general, I've noticed that they're mostly shonen or isekai, but anime actually covers a wide type of different subgenres. So. Let's see. I love the rational thought about game systems. Not that I can follow it at the moment. Maybe I'll shut up for a while. It's all good, brother. Simplicity is so key. It's so easy to get complicated. I'm on my 3rd or 4th iteration of my idea due to spiraling out of control and complexity takes over. I really empathize, Jonathan, because my process with TFE has been reeling in the complexity over time and finding a more solid core and basing it from there. Yeah, simplicity plus lots of options on top of it. Absolutely, John. Absolutely. But yeah, very cool. Oh, speaking of John and Pathways to Adventure, you appear to be next in queue. So it feels like it's been forever since we've like sat down and chatted about your game, Jonathan. I mean, we talked like 7 months ago or something. Let's see what you have here in the channel for me to. Would you ping me? Whoops, I should have done this yesterday. Love my system reviewed. I think you have my documents, but if not, I'll get them to you ASAP. I do. Yeah, it was super fun chatting with you. Gosh, feels like a lifetime ago though, doesn't it, buddy? Like super long time ago. So this is the in-progress character sheet for it. The way I would describe Pathways to Adventure is a lot of the game is... I'm under a flight path. A lot of the game will look familiar structurally to people that have played Dungeons and Dragons in pretty much any edition, but as you can kind of see from the character sheet, layered on top of that are more systems. Like the core die resolution is not complex, but there's a huge volume of classes, ancestries. I'm blanking on all the terms here. Combat techniques. Like it doesn't matter if you're a wizard or a fighter. You have a lot of things you can do. Oh hey, somebody who knows about Pathways in here. Super cool. Yeah, yeah, it's an interesting. So, for example, it's like maneuvers, spells, and chants. Like everybody gets things they can do, whether you're a martial character or like a wizard or like a cleric. And obviously, your game is much too large for me to go through everything. Because it's a very robust product that's fairly mature along in its process. But it has, just a huge amount of variety. Oh yeah, it's like, here's the class. Oh cool, class compendium. So I like the way that you've grouped, I think we've talked about this. You've grouped these different characters by type. It's like under fighter, there's not a fighter, but there is berserker, monk, rogue, and warrior, right? They're all thematically linked and are going to use maneuvers. Yeah. So many character options. Shadow Knight. Nice. Just going to jump ahead. Yeah, you start. Oh yeah, so they start with 12 maneuvers and 9 chants. So even at level 1, characters. Oh yeah, I remember talking about this with you a long time ago. So in your game, a level 1 character is very robust. They aren't. Oh, really quick. How much long do you plan on streaming? Maybe 40 more minutes I could probably muster, maybe. And then I'm just I gotta log off for the night and save my voice because I've got to record a video tomorrow and I'm running a session on Sunday. So something that's pretty cool in this game is that level 1 characters have a robust amount of options available to them, right? They're not, I just start with like, I have sword and shield and I swing it. Level 1 characters are very complete builds, I guess you could say. They have a lot that they can do right from the start. And I've liked that. It does mean that a level 1 character has a higher learning curve, of course, when you first hop in to play them. But, you know, this game is for people that want to really dig in. And I seem to remember you had like archetypes or pre-built options available in there. Oh, I see a ping. As long as the booze lasts. No, I can't keep drinking. Have you licensed your rules for Tales from Elsewhere for any games? I have spoken to a few people that have reached out to me and asked if they can be inspired by or adapt some aspects of, say, the injury system into their games, and I've communicated with them on that. Just to let people know really fast, and then I'll come back in. For those who are familiar with Morkborg and Morkborg's license, roughly what Morkborg has done is what we will be posting once there is a finished product from Tales from Elsewhere. Long story short, it's an open it's an open system, and as long as you say, hey, this was inspired by Tales from Elsewhere somewhere in the book, if you're going to use structures, like if you're basing the game on Tales from Elsewhere, like making your own game using that engine, just say like, hey, this was Tales from Elsewhere. This is a game based on Tales from Elsewhere. And we'll eventually have a page like this on the website that spells it all out with, just like Morkborg, little logos you could add in to say, hey, this is compatible with Tales from Elsewhere. That's the current plan for it. You can't, you can't copyright like rules, but some of the restrictions will of course be normal stuff, like you can't reprint the stat blocks of the monsters that we put in our books. You can reference them, but can't print them yourself, right? Because those are our intellectual property. But it'll be very permissive, and I'm all about the collaborative aspect of game design. So anyway, hopping back in. Hopefully that answers your question, Timanuk, who asked that. So very cool. Shadow Knight, neat. So this is a hybrid class that has maneuvers and chants, like divine abilities and maneuvers. Very cool. Yeah, very neat. Oh yeah, there's a level 1 chart. So characters have, so like this character, if we're filling out the character sheet, would have, body and, or is it body and mind? No, spirit abilities, because that's what chant is, right? Yeah. Chant and maneuvers. So they'd be filling in chant and maneuvers down here, right? Relevant to those, because they're a hybrid build, which is very cool. Yeah, this game is kind of like when we were talking about Ishinekon World Shapers earlier. This game is just so enormous that it is hard to cover. But one thing I've always liked about it is all characters get access to fun tricks they can do every turn in a fight. There isn't just one group that gets to do cool stuff. Everybody gets cool stuff. And I think that's quite neat. That's my preferred way to do these sort of more prescriptive approaches to game design, as in the game explicitly is telling you what your abilities are, right? It spells them out. Nothing wrong with that. I just like it when, my problem with that is in games like D&D sometimes, where it's spelled out clearly for everybody, and you warriors over there don't get any fun stuff, and all the spellcasters do. And I don't like that. It's not even a power difference. It's an interesting toy difference. And Pathways to Adventure does not suffer from that problem. The secret we should never let the game masters know is that they don't need any rules. We were talking about things like the Fruitful Void in Discord the other day, And I've been watching some videos and doing some reading on it because I think I want to do a video on my take and my interpretation of the fruitful void and how I think it is, the term is misused, and how negative space, empty space within game design and being intentional about it is not always done well, I think. And sometimes I think people retroactively suggest that there was a fruitful void when it was not part of the intentionality of the designer. So anyway, yeah, that's Pathways to Adventure. Really, it's tough for me to do such a large game justice, but that's my selling point to it, that everybody gets cool toys. John, who's in the Discord server, right, or he's in chat, I think there's a link maybe to your Discord server in the TFE one, I don't know, but talk to him in the TFE Discord if you want to know more about his game. He's got a whole community and he runs games, and super nice guy. And a long time ago, he and I hopped on and did an interview, and it was a ton of fun. All right. Ooh, cool. I don't know if they're in here right now, but Karma Collide is next. I have a very specific thing I want to talk about with this game. And I want to thank them. They let me listen in toward the end of one of their playtest sessions a while, like last week or earlier this week. I thought it was really neat. So I don't know if... oh, one of you two. Oh, cool. Very cool. Hello, Elia. So I really want to talk about your karma system in here. That's the specific thing. Oh, first of all, lovely art right here. So this is a very novel system. So I read a lot of systems and I talk to a lot of people, and I always like seeing something that I think is like, makes me do this. Huh. Like, that's really interesting. Oh, welcome aboard. I'm probably going to be so behind on messages, y'all, who are jumping into the Discord server. I tried to greet everybody individually when they joined the Discord server, but there's just no way while I'm live streaming. Oh, okay. Well, it's really cool art regardless. Yeah, I've definitely been there. You just Google artwork to do placeholders. Okay, so long story short, this game's called Karma Collide, and the thrust of the game is that the players choose when they succeed and fail. It's very player-facing. Oh, you've been taking care of Discord for me. Thank you. Thank you, Tim. All praise to the editor. He is the best. Okay, so... yeah, no, yes, the Fruitful Void. The reason D&D is not a combat game because it has rules for combat. Yeah, I have all sorts of thoughts on how it's used, both in the negative and the positive sense, to describe games, but that's a subject for a long-form video for later. Okay, praise be to Tim, that's right. All right, so in this game, you have a meter. The players choose when they succeed and when they fail. Or they technically choose when they succeed at cost, or fail. And the dice instead determine how much it costs. Here we go. Success and failure. Heck yeah. So players have their grace and their judgment. And these are resources in conflict with one another. Oh, and I see, hi, I recently discovered your channel and have been watching and enjoying your older videos. Thank you so much, Henry. Pleasure to have you on this live stream. We are on, how long does it say I've been running the stream for? About 4 hours now. We've been live. Quite a marathon. It's going to be fun to get the timestamps on this later. So we're doing community RPG reviews and just having some fun. Will you be doing it again? Oh boy, I want to. I want to live stream more frequently. It's a matter of time. So we shall see. Because I've seen so many people jump into the server and submit their games to go over as a group. I would love to do so. I will see if I can schedule another one of these. And then I will do a ping in the Discord server when one gets scheduled so people can know that it's coming. Because I have a lot of fun hanging here with y'all and talking game design. It's super fun. And the TFE Discord server has people hanging out all the time kind of doing this. Sometimes in voice, sometimes in text. It's a cool place. Anyway, so you have grace and you have judgment. So you roll a die to determine how much of your grace, your resource, it will cost to succeed or half succeed. If you choose to fail, you gain resource, basically, right? So there's a push and pull. The players choose when they succeed, but can't know ahead of time how much it's going to cost. Like, they'll have to grapple with that cost. And pretty soon they'll run out of this resource and have to fail. And it's about how to do that. And they can also, you can work together with other players and use your grace to help them succeed. And so the players have a very, they have a hand on the wheel of the car on success or failure. What the GM does is they set the difficulty, like how many, what the dice are going to be rolled to modify this. So it's very interesting. You want low numbers on the dice when rolled, because the lower the number, the less the cost will be. And watching this in play was really interesting as the players work together and had to be strategic about their use of grace, their use of good luck, because they knew when they would succeed or fail. And if they can't afford the success price, they can basically go beyond that and hurt themselves. Like, you can push further, but that is a heavy toll that it's going to give, because as you get hurt, your pools get reduced, like the pool gets smaller as well. And I think that that's just a really cool approach. And then the whole game is very much built on top of that, it feels like, right? The system is built with this interaction in mind, which is always good. You want to see a game that doesn't have a core mechanic that feels tacked on. And the way they've built this, it does not feel like this system is tacked onto it. I think it's very novel. Very novel indeed. Yeah, it's just very cool. Yeah, overexertion. That's the main thing I wanted to talk about here on this. And that's what... Oh, they were experimenting with an interesting phased initiative system. I didn't quite grasp it when I watched it, because I only came in at the end, roughly at the end of their stream. But I know that this is very in progress, very alpha rules, and they're still experimenting. Oh yeah, devastating blows. Like, you can prime somebody to just like clobber, and it's very cool. But yeah, it's not a math heavy game, which is nice. It's not has a lot of arithmetic complexity. Enemies don't have a lot of hit points. It's really just a couple hits, right? A couple impactful hits, and I dig it. I think it's quite cool. I think they're off to a great start with this system. Do they have the playbook? I forget if you have your playbooks in this one. Don't recall. Oh yeah, it had these great questions about making connections between the party, individual connections. Oh, really nice looking character sheet too. I think this one in here is slightly behind what you had shown in your stream, but very clean visual representation. You literally can like stack like pips, like Mancala pieces in between your grace and judgment, for example, to track your resources. Can you check out the equipment mechanics as well? Sure, I can take a quick look at that. Where'd that go? I know I passed it earlier, right? Equipment. Oh yes, durability. Yeah. They can become damaged and then broken, right? So when the players fail something, right, when they choose to fail or have a half success, an item becomes damaged, right? Like, that's one of the failure results that can occur, which can then become broken and they have to be fixed, like back at town, which is neat. I do think that's cool. Uses a very free-form way of choosing your weapons. I actually didn't catch any of the character creation part. This game does not have weapon lists or stat blocks. Instead, you will simply decide for yourself what weapons your character has. A melee weapon can only deal damage to adjacent characters, and a ranged weapon can only deal damage to targets far away. Because it's more about rolling successes, right, and determining what that success means. That is neat. I always like, it's always cool in games when, especially with some of the evocations you're having with this one, like, you want to say you can use whatever cool fiction behind your weapon that you'd want. And having the right tool for the job, like, reduces the roll result, which can then reduce the costs. Yeah, that's neat. Quantum object. Consumables. A rabbit's foot. Triples movement. Oh, neat. Yeah, you've got special consumables. Nice. Batwing. Reverses gravity for the user. Fun. These are just fun looking. Tap thrice against a lock. Hey, my game has a finger, severed finger that unlocks things too. I love that. Very cool. But yeah, I like that the equipment system is lightweight in that it's not overly complex because it's not it is not the type of gameplay you want to zoom in on, the tracking of weight and all that. Very cool. Get trinkets. Neat. Dig it. All right, I'm going to keep going here so we can try to get through at least all of the initial ones, the ones that were submitted before the live stream started. If I could at least get to that, I think that would be a good milestone. Timestamps. Whiskey Refill 1, Whiskey Refill 2. It will be interesting to see how many... those weren't even full shots of whiskey that I was having, like, the amount-wise. They were pretty small. All right. Oh, this is I don't know if... was that, yeah, he was just typing. So this is an adventure for peasantry that Zachary wanted me to take a look at. And I'm a big peasantry fan. For those that haven't heard of peasantry, it is a hilarious tabletop role-playing game that's specifically designed for one-shots. Everybody rolls up their characters to get... Peasantry, the world's greatest tactical tabletop role-playing game. That's right. I have never laughed so hard reading a rulebook or playing a game in a long time. I know, right? He keeps popping out adventures. Yeah, we're all big peasantry fans here. So this is called Generic Chicken Adventure. I love it. Love it already. So I won't read the whole thing, of course. Hey, I see my name in here. Wow. Okay, we won't... Spoilers. Okay, introduction. Something's not right with the chickens in Featherington. They're restless, clucking, and scratching at all hours of the night. Last week, old Jed, the poultry plucker, got jumped. We found him bruised, bloodied, and half buried in filth and feathers. Worse yet, his whole flock has vanished into the woods. Like they had somewhere to be. Something's coming, and I can feel it. That's great. Love it already. I've ran a session or two. I've ran a session of Peasantry, and I've played in a session or two of Peasantry. And it is great. Highly recommend it. There's a free playtest packet still out there at like peasantryttrpg.com. It's a riot. You roll up random characters, they're all horrible, and it's so good. And if you draw a really good picture of your peasant in the character sheet and you give it to Zachary, he'll put it on the website, and maybe I'll I'll try to find mine on there when I played. Nice. Oh, I love this. So rumors. People on the road have been going missing. True. It could be bandits from the old Jackal clan. False. Oops. No, I don't need this. This AI assistant is like aggressively popping up in front of me. Yeah, I highly recommend checking out Peasantry. You can learn how to play it real quick. You can just teach people at the table that night. Perfect beer and pretzels game. Utterly ridiculous. Just really quick. One of the greatest things about this game, because it is for one-shots, and Zachary knows it, is that there's a winner at the end of the session. It is the filthiest peasant, and you literally keep track of this on your sheet. You can do things that get you dirt, and there's like hidden achievements at the end of a night, and oh, they're here. Okay. And then whoever has the most dirt is the filthiest peasant. So there are several secret objectives hidden throughout this adventure. The first peasant to meet the requirement is awarded +1 dirt points. What an achievement! Tastes like a chicken. So if you eat a chicken, if you hatch an egg, if you push an enemy into the sizzling black water, if you grow a chicken wing, if you make a potion, join the poultry rebellion, do something silly, release the prisoners, interrogate a chicken, slay an enemy with eggs, catch a bird-borne disease, and recruit the alchemist Salmonella to help. Not the final art, I just doodled to fill the space. Love it. Peter, drink some water. Oh, thank you, Jerome. I know, I'm getting raspy here. Been going all day. 4 hours. Okay. Well, this is great. I almost don't want to read the whole adventure, Zachary, because now I want to play it. This is great, though. I love the idea. Yeah, the peasants could be travelers. I love the idea of them being residents of the village. So funny. And adventures are really easy to run in this system because it's very rules light. It's very silly. It's assumed somebody might die. I have to read the last page. Ooh, nicely drawn map. Did you draw this map? It's nice. 3 chicken warrior. Oh boy, this is good. I love this. Oh my gosh, there's pens where humans are being kept by these chickens. This is great. That's really well drawn map. And combat is, so like the peasants are just as likely to horribly hurt themselves in a fight as they are to hurt somebody else, especially if your stats are bad. When we played, I ended up married to another character and our love kept us safe. And I forget what are the 4 stats? Your attributes are frailty, anxiety, nasty, and I forget the 4th one. Maybe type them in chat for me, Zachary. But your attributes are so funny in this game. It's just a riot. It's so good. Anxiety, illness, fragility, and nasty. Those are your attributes in the game. It's amazing. But see, like, this is a whole adventure, and I bet this would be like a good, like, 3 hours of hilarity that you could get out of this. Everybody rolls up characters, there's a bunch of goofing off. Just a good time. Okay, so what do we got here? Bonus for Peter. Oh boy. Hey, I just want to say I think you have earned these special creature stat blocks. Shadow casting man. We talked about this so long ago. CR8, a shadow with no discernible light source. It is very mundane and sort of spooky. Most peasants simply ignore it. However, if angered, it has the innate ability to cast a man. I remember this. It's a shadow that casts a man. Weaknesses, strong sources of light. Special shadow casting man can cast man 3 times per day. When cast, it summons a Peter. It has no way of interacting with the real world except by casting man. However, it may create harmless shadow puppets that reenact old Western movies from the 1950s. Oh boy. Death rattle. Poofs into smoke. Peter. Description. A relatively normal human summoned into existence by a shadow. Peasants have spent hours researching the creature and have come to a conclusion. This creature comes from elsewhere. Great. I have 1 hit point. Weaknesses. Weird West horror and design challenges that take 2 or more streams to cover. Special, if you're subscribed to the TFE YouTube channel, you suffer disadvantage on all checks made against Peter. You're going to make people unsubscribe just to get not disadvantage on this. Oh my gosh, this is so good. Attacks, unhinged movie rants, deep analysis into TTRPG mechanics. He might have a cowboy hat? I think I heard him say yeehaw once, a quick draw to greet new people on Discord. Death rattle. Makes a sequel vaguely similar to a Blood Oiler. This Blood Oiler is different from the Blood Oiler in TFE and is no way associated with TFE. A quick Reddit search has assured me that Peter cannot sue me. Oh, dude, that's hilarious. Oh, wow, this is from January. Shadow CR8 can cast man 3 times per day. Wow, it's from that long ago. If you like, share, and repost this joke to 10 different people, you'll be blessed with 100 years of good luck. Also, I will add the shadow casting man to my bestiary. This is hilarious, dude. You're the best. That warms my heart and entertains me endlessly. That is great. I love it. I need to like frame this and put it on my desk. You took the stupidest joke and you added a page to your adventure. I love it. So good. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm not a funny guy. Like, I'm not the funny guy. I don't generally make people laugh. Like, that's not my thing. So I'm always impressed when people are funny. Like, this is hilarious. All right. Ooh, Muscle Wizard. Okay. I don't know if Alex is still in chat. He may have had to go. Let's see what he's got pulled up here. And we'll do Muscle Wizard. I didn't have this pre-downloaded. So one of the Discord members, Alex, is working on a rules light game that I made a character in, and I was pretty amused. Let's see if there's an example here I can pull up. Did that download? Oh, here we go. And character sheet. Okay. Let's see if this pulls up correctly. Nice, okay. Okay. Here's how I'll pitch you all this game. So what the types of games that Alex likes to make and really likes to run are like great one-shot games that are a lot about player creativity and players coming up with their own ideas, right? Very, oh, hey, he's here. Hey, Muscle Wizard time, dude. So the way this works, oh, and he has examples here of people filling it out. Let me see if there's one. This one's a little bit cleaner to see, just visually, for a stream. So the way this works is you write, you set all of these skills to a D4 initially, I believe. But see how these skills spell Muscle Wizard? You don't have to actually use Muscle Wizard, but that's the default. You fill in a word, an ability that is thematically related to muscle for each of the letters. And then you do the same for wizard. So there's a table here that you can roll to randomly determine them. But so like here, let me pull up an example. Let's pop this. Oh, that didn't pop up in the right spot. Let's pop that up over here. See how that looks on the stream. I could zoom in maybe a little bit. So this person set M to mashin', U to undertaking, S to slurpin', C to cash, L to legs, and E to engagement. So when they want to do something related to one of those keywords that they've given themselves, they roll the D4 and the dice explode and upgrade. So if you roll a D4 and you get a 4, it becomes a D6 and then a D8 and so on. So you grow stronger and explode upward. I believe you were inspired a little bit by Never Stop Blowing Up. I think we talked about this a little bit ago for an upward exploding character. So the same thing with wizard is you type in or write in, so this guy did warping, interlocution, zap, augury, riddles, and destruction. And so it's all about, this is what we call a high trust game, which is not a good or a bad thing, right? There's low trust and high trust games. So a game like this leverages a fun GM storyteller like Alex, right? Who is going to have a lot of fun with his players and is very permissive with what they want to describe, right? That's what's called a high trust game. And this is a game designed with that in mind, where it is supposed to be free form. It is supposed to be open to the players to put as many silly things as they'd like, you know, on the page, right? So very cool. Oh, and he just typed in chat. Yeah, there's a link he put in, you know, in the TFE Discord. He's got it up for download on itch. You know, it's free. But yeah, it's a very fun, very open type of structure. And I know, like you've fiddled with in this design space on a couple occasions, Alex, making. I mean, this is the definition of what's a rules light, high trust game, where the game is simply here to start the conversation that will tell the story at the table, right? You're not so much locked into almost anything. It's not a game that needs, you know, a specific action economy or needs robust initiative tracking. It's not the purpose of the game, right? So yeah, high trust is what we call this design. Oh, high trust. So yeah, it's kind of where you operate, Alex. So the idea, just really quick for those who aren't familiar with high trust, low trust. So high trust games are where the GM is entrusted with being the appropriate arbiter of the scene, where the players are positing forth what they'd like to do, and they trust the GM to interpret it fairly and permissively and keep the game moving. Low trust structures are games where the rules are very concrete as to what they let you do, and like for example, what's a good example? D&D 5th edition and on. 4th edition is a low trust game. And that's not a negative or a bad thing, right? Low trust, high trust, these are just approaches. So 4th edition D&D, and I want to do a video on high trust, low trust. So this is spoilers for a video that I want to record. Low trust is like 4th edition Dungeons and Dragons. Everything you can do is spelled out very clearly in the rulebook on your little powers. So you don't need to trust a GM to interpret it correctly. You, the player, know exactly what you're capable of and don't need to check that with anybody else. A high trust game is more like the OSR community. That is more on the high trust end, where you are more in a conversation with the GM And together you reveal how things are going to work. But that requires you to trust each other. You could post the link in chat, sure. That's fine. And like I said, it's in the TFE Discord server. Yeah, so high trust and low trust, these aren't good or bad. I recommend considering it. Like I said, I'm going to do a video on this where I talk about how you should approach determining if you're high trust or low trust. But this is a poster child of what a high trust game is. The game itself is simply, like I said, the start of the conversation that you and the players, the GM and the players, will then create together. The game is created by you and the conversations you have. The way, another classic example would be how stealth works in Mothership, as in there's no system for it. That is a high trust resolution. They purposefully left that blank because they want the players and the GM to discuss it. That's high trust. That is also potentially an example of what's called a fruitful void, but I have thoughts. I have thoughts about that, whether or not that is a fruitful void or not. Yet with 20 pigeons in their inventory, I don't know the story behind this character, but it's hilarious. I don't know if I understand the trust thing correctly. So another way to put it, Piotr, is the more interpretation and validation from somebody else a rule requires, the more trust that it requires. So when a rule is concrete in what it can or can't do, there's no trust needed to resolve it. The game has resolved it for you. It's given you a concrete resolution. When a game is high trust, it leaves it open to interpretation as to how that could be applied. Again, this is just the rules as written, like what is the mechanic. So for example, in a game like Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, when I cast Fireball, it's a fairly low trust situation. I explode, start right there, and it goes boom, and everybody in the area takes 8d6 fire damage. There's no trust needed here. The spell described exactly how that works, on how it normally resolves. A higher trust version of that would say you can create explosive fire effects covering an area of your choosing. And then it stops. That's high trust. You and the GM determine how that would actually play, right? That's high trust. Yeah, less overall mechanics for minutia, exactly. It's where the conversation can bridge the gap, where you and the GM work together to decide how something resolves without actually often needing a lot of dice to resolve it. And again, it's not a good or bad, it's just another approach to rule structure, and it appeals to different communities. I haven't seen any medium or high crunch games with fairly high trust. That's what Cultivator will be. Well, I think high crunch games, yeah, most high crunch games are not high trust, I would say. That's kind of the thing. The crunchier they are, the less trust they have because more of it is concrete. The way to talk briefly about Tales from Elsewhere, the target for Tales from Elsewhere is the baseline is low trust. There's a concrete rules resolution that can actually cover most of the gameplay. You can play the game very low trust, very concretely. But what it has is it's built scaffolding above that, where you can build your low trust, or I'm sorry, your high trust gameplay on top of it. It tells you where you can keep adding on and continue the conversation, and it gives you guidance for how you could adjudicate such conversations, right? So it's allowing you to build on top of it, and the rules state how you could build on top of it, rather than just the ubiquitous rule that applies to all tabletop role-playing games is you can run it however you want. The game takes a stance and demonstrates and recommends pathways to doing so. 3.5 is a no-trust game in my experience. You know, to be honest, it's just my memory of 3.5 is getting hazy because it was so long ago. I played a ton of it, but D&D is overall a low-trust system. Like, overall, starting maybe in 3 and going on, and that's what the OSR community is heading back toward. The OSR community wants to go back to a higher trust rule structure. More power to them, but it's all good. So that's how I would describe it. Theater of the Mind, no maps or minis, could be high trust. Yes. The less concrete stuff you put down in front of you, the lower or the higher trust you have. Theater of the Mind is very high trust because you, the more you're relying on the GM to maintain the simulation for everybody, the more high trust it is. Nothing wrong with that either, right? We need to thank Peter's wife for being so understanding and patient with Peter doing this great live stream. Thank you, Peter's wife. I doubt she's watching right now, but maybe she was watching earlier. She is the best. My wife is extremely supportive of this project because she knows I work all day and then I often spend all night working on things. She is the best. My wife is great. She's extremely supportive of this whole project. Behind me, 110%. Yeah, she gives up the most time with me of anybody because we hang out all day. We're both remote employees, and so like we're spoiled. We like hanging out. She's great. Sorry, that was a really off track. So I believe this was the last of the submissions that made it in before I started the live stream. Peter's wife is high trust. She is. I trust my wife implicitly. Yay for Mrs. Elsewhere. I'll tell her that people were thanking her. That's very thoughtful of all of you. She is great. And if you've seen the chibi characters in some of my animations, like the little zombie, the little wizard, and in the Discord server, she drew those just kind of for fun for me. I don't know, but the trust angle seems kind of silly to me. If one plays a collaborative RP game, the trust should be high in general. Can I take a look at the... Oh, sure, I can take a look at that in just one sec. Okay, so here's another consideration, Piotr. As somebody who has run a lot of public games with strangers, that's where low trust structures are really nice. Where I don't have to worry about these people that I've never met and how they will operate because they... Sorry, I've got too many tabs open here, and I'm trying to sort all this out right now. That way there's a baseline we can build off of together, because I don't know them, and they don't know each other. So I've done convention play, Adventure League play. That's where low trust really comes in handy, because it becomes less arbitrary. Oh, Piotr, the point is more about the game's design, not philosophically how the game is played in its nature. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. We should all be you should have trust at your table, but it's how much, basically, it's just another way of saying how much processing power and adjudication is given to the GM overall. Oh, there's the Muscle Wizard thing. Sorry, I was looking around for, so Alex, you were saying, what'd you say there? You said the cheat sheet or GM tables. I had that open. So we're talking about this is just one page, right? This random table. Is that what you were talking about? So it's descriptors, creatures, obstacles, and items, and each is a d20. Are these, oh, these are probably just broken up visually to make it easier to read. Fun. Always like a fun random table. There's a lot in here. So is the idea that you would, you could do like a descriptor and then roll a creature, like the, I don't know, the Rad Rider, you roll a 2d20 and be able to put that together. And the cheat sheet has character creation and all the rules. The cheat sheet. Oh, okay, that might be a different thing. Character sheet. Oh, cheat sheet. That's what you're talking about. Oh, I see it over here. Just tracking down all these files. Oh, there we go. Yeah, each dice source is d4. They explode. Items give extra dice. Oh yeah, you can use multiple abilities. Yeah, you can be a muscle wizard. But you can always write your own. If I remember, yeah, there it is. Write your own. Yeah, very fun. Yeah, I talked a lot about this. Oh yeah. Oh, and you can lose an ability if you're injured. Oh, interesting. You roll a d12, and then you cross it off. Oh, and we saw that this guy lost. Oh, where'd he go? I lose the character sheet. It's on another tab. He lost augury and riddles. Ah, nice. Losing augury and riddles. Those are the injuries he took. That's neat. Yeah, that's very cool. Very cool indeed. All right, how are we doing on time? All right, we've been live. Players get 3 chances to start the game with items they want. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so I have been live for 4.5 hours, guys. And I want to wrap up here simply because I'm getting a little tired. I've been sitting in this chair for 4.5 hours straight, but this has been super fun. So for those that came in later and submitted games into the game repo, I will try to run another one of these before too long. Like I was saying a couple hours ago, I have to be careful with my time commitments for content creation when balancing against the time commitments I have for game design. Because I've got a game of my own to finish, and so I will try to have another one of these because they were apparently really popular and they were super fun. I had an absolute blast hanging out with y'all today. So I can't wait to sit down and watch some funny shows with my wife, eat some dinner. Just a reminder, everybody, I will timestamp this later this weekend. I'll go through and add when I'm talking about which games so that people can go back and watch them if they want to see that again. And if you want to keep chatting about this, hop into the TFE Discord. I probably won't be super active in the Discord tonight because I've been on all day. But yeah, thank you, everybody. This is super fun. Thank you all for sharing your games with me and that vote of confidence in me taking a look at them and providing some analysis. So y'all are the best. You make all this possible, right? So thank you all. Thank you all for getting us to 3,000 subscribers, right? It's amazing. It's absolutely incredible. It's past 2 a.m. for you, Piotr. Yeah, get some sleep, buddy. Yeah, all right. Have a good night, everybody. I'll be shutting down the stream momentarily.